All right, and we are back for another exciting week of FTR events. Season 8 Almeida Racing Academy Endurance Series. Last week we were at Spa. This week we're going out to the Autodromo Internacional del Mugello, or Mugello for short. I'm Fettuccini on the comms. Dustin Hollis making us look good in the producing role tonight. We are back. 4 hours of racing action going to be taking place for us over the course of the afternoon into the evening, depending on where you are across the world. Many drivers, 4 championships in the books. We have 1 round down. We have 4 to go after tonight. Phillip Island Circuit going to be where we go next, followed by Road America, Bahrain International Circuit, assuming it's been released at that point, and then you're rounding out the season at Interlagos. I think that's going to be a fantastic season ender because I'm just a huge fan of Interlagos. So, with qualifying coming to a close here, another couple minutes as the last of the GT3s, I believe, are trying to post lap times in that GT3 Pro and Am split. The 4 categories today, all getting set to go racing for 4 hours, and plenty of action still happening out on track. See if anybody else is still posting hot laps. So we can get that driver's eye view of what's going on for someone in quali, get a quick feel of what the track looks like from our driver's perspective over the next 4 hours. Such a fun track to, I think, go for endurance racing. Krevenik always kind of takes their first season of iRacing official endurance series here at Mugello for the past few months, as we are, I think, on board with the likes of the number 14 Sim Racing Grid Phantom is going to be wrapping up the final couple corners here. 15 corners on the circuit, some fun winding chicanes as well as fast sectors in the middle, so it makes for a good and I think just a fun fast lap. Butine, the last corner of this track, is where you're going to try to get a really good exit to set up a lap time here. Come flying down the start-finish stretch. Use as much of that runoff as you dare, but you have to make sure you're off that grass because it will mark you for the 1X. Start-finish line, a little ways down, midway point of this long start-finish stretch, the longest stretch of straight-ish line road in the circuit. Into the braking zone here for turn number 1. You straddle the curb for San Donato, and then you get into the first chicane of, I think, the 5 that are floating around the circuit in some form or another. 2 and 3, Luco, and then Poggio Secco, the slowest, I think, out of some of these here. Materassi turns 4 and 5, another pair of chicane to the left. Big slip angle there, keeps it together to keep that car going on, but gonna hit the runoff there in the gravel, which I think will qualify as a 1X. So have to go back and reset. But Casanova, my favorite corner of this because of how technical it is, and if you get it right, it feels amazing. You get it wrong, you go sliding off one side or the other. As the end of this session is going to bring to a close, we're going to see this driver peel off in Arrabbiata 1 of 2 corners. The fast left and right-handers, last few cars making their way back down pit lane or across the checkered flag to try to improve their lap times here in qualifying. And with only a couple drivers left to come across that checkered flag and finish up qualifying for the GT3 category, both Pro and Am. And we'll have to see how well these drivers do over the next 4 hours of racing once we see the session tick over, and we'll get some starting grid and see where these drivers begin their endeavors into 4 hours of racing at Mugello. Last week at Spa, there was I think a pretty large and fantastic number of cars out on track. Today, total of 38 that I see there, 31 of which have posted lap times. I'd have to go look here. We've had a few quality bans, if I remember correctly, for incorrect car numbers. The number 69, Octosins, Sim Party Racing Aries, ARA Team Bravo, as well as Sim Racing Grid Academy Bravo, all in incorrect numbers for what they should be on track today. And see here, get the times and get to these 4 categories of racing up on screen in just a moment. But I believe it's going to be RPM Racing taking to the pole position in GT3 Pro. And as we work on a couple things as well behind the scenes, and the session will tick over to get to the 4 hours of racing here. Jaco Mikola from RPM Racing going to be leading off against Igor Kos from German simracing.de for that opening row. Second row of the grid is going to have Bram Linton from Project Synced Racing Team Arabica, alongside Michael Rapsey from Sim Racing Grid Phantom for third and fourth. And fifth is going to be George Correa in the Enosis Esports Emix Gaming with the teammate team of Algie Torres in that Enosis Esports SimDeck.app. Those 2 cars there in 5th and 6th. 7th is going to be Patrick Gannon for RPM Racing Black alongside Lorenz De Vlieger from the Understeer Motorsport for P8. In P9, it's going to be Nicholas Tong for RPM Racing Purple alongside Yanis Irodache, I'm going to say, from Almeida Racing Team Delta. As those 10 drivers for the AM category that got a lap time, starting with the GT3 AM category, Joshua L. Delange from Sim Racing Grid Phosphor, alongside Tony van der Linden with the LCT Racing. Julian Dimmers from Sim Racing Grid Silver, going to be just behind his teammate Aspen Martin for the Prismatic Motorsports Athena. She's going to be in 4th there, Oliver Galbraith alongside from 555 Racing, going to be in the namesake of 5th place alongside Kyle Mundell in that Equipment Geek Racing in 6th. 7th is going to be Thomas Vandenbosch, from Pagasi Motorsports Bravo. Jan Kasparek going to be on the Sim Racing Grid Academy Bravo for 8th, and that's going to be in GT3 AM. GT4 Pro is going to see Michael Doan from Almeida Racing Academy lead off alongside Alfonso Suto for NGC by Rubis Gas. And then in 3rd there, Giovanni Romano from the Hugh Jass Gold, going to be in 3rd there. Justin Michaela in Treehouse Racing, got to be alongside him in 4th. Alexander Bueller from Hugh Jass Blue is going to be in 5th there, with Julian Caricias in the JKR in 6th. 7th is going to be Antti Salminen from SRN TFR Alliance alongside Aaron Hollis Sim Racing Grid Palladium for P8. P9, Austin Tucker in that Hugh Jass Black, going to be alongside his teammate for Hugh Jass White. Tyler Augustino going to be in 10th there. 11th, Kevin Tierens from Project Synced Racing Team Excelsa with Justin Rem from Grid and Go in 12th. We have one more for the pro. That's going to be 13th. Ricardo Michaleski from Project Synced Racing Team Liberica, also a driver that did not set a time. GT4 AM, Ron Wolf from Thonk Esports Motorsports Sim Sports Racing powered by Beer, going to be alongside Jordan Thomas from Sim Racing Grid Academy Blaze. And 3rd, it's going to be Carson Catlin from that teammate of the leader alongside Diogo S. Madeira from NGC by Margam D. Arada, And then in the 4 drivers there that are in that M category. So that'll take us through that whole grid. We got a full pace lap coming up for these drivers to get set and rolling, get some heat in those tires, because tire in those heat would not make a sense as a sentence. So heating the tires, getting everything set up and ready to go. Gonna have a few drivers, I think a little bit split of their respective fields. We'll have to see here. You see them kind of taking the kind of single racing line for the moment. We'll see them double up once they get through all these winding corners here in just a couple minutes time. And we will have to see how we fare here for 4 hours of racing. Many of these drivers having successful initial runs here in the last week out at Spa. Last time, it's about a month ago that we were out there. A couple of solo drivers, I believe, as well amongst all those. Taking a quick look at all of our data that we have here on the back end to try to formulate some things to talk about for you all. As we get underway here at BMW M2CS pace car, going to be lining up everybody else, setting kind of the tempo for everybody as they get set to go racing. And I think it's one of those, it's such a fun amount of atmosphere. It's always interesting taking to the start of an endurance race like this because you have that anxiety or a little bit of nerves. Usually most drivers kind of work their way through it as they come up through the categories and kind of get a feel for how race starts go. But you know that this race is a little bit longer than kind of the sprint races. So you have to figure out how much of that anxiety you want to kind of let fuel you or how much you want to temper it by allowing yourself to kind of the pace to resolve where you want to be at the end of 4 hours. And you don't have to do it right on turn number 1, lap 1, despite what some drivers would like to tell you otherwise. Into the final couple of corners here for these drivers. Turns 13, 14, Biondetti is the name of that chicane, 1 and 2. Fast left, right. Going to be very interesting, I think, with multi-class coming up in just a moment, how once they get into the mix with each other, how they all take that set of corners. High commitment from both classes and low grip, I think, will make for some interesting moments coming up. All right, pace car will peel in just a moment. And then we'll be set for 4 hours of racing here as the lead of the race now under the control of Jaakko Mikkola in that RPM Racing. Right alongside him, Igor Kos for that Project Sim racing team. Going to be having a fantastic start and a bit of a fast run there from the likes of Oliver Galbraith to have a big jump into the lead there from where he was further down the field. Just, I think, running past a bunch of drivers there at the opening start. I wonder if that was intentional. But the rest of the field fanning out 2 and 3 wide as they come through the first couple of corners and continuing to work their way through as the GT4s take to the green flag. A great run for these drivers, almost 3 wide as they get into turn number 1 and continue on to do so. Get a couple of spins out of a few of the drivers in the process. Oliver Galbraith, we saw at the lead there, having a moment. A couple more also going to be joining them as plenty of cars get themselves sorted out. The number 15 of the sim racing grid, Phosphor, Joshua Delange, going to be getting that car going back the right direction, thankfully, before the GT4s come upon that scene. Michael Dowden in that Almeida Racing Academy leading off the GT4 Pro category. The rest of that GT4 category right behind him in close battling all up and down the grid. Most of those GT4 drivers getting themselves sorted out. However, Aaron Hall is going to be having a brief moment up the road. You saw it just out of frame there as these 3 drivers. Just too much rotation early on. Almost takes out the likes of Carson Catlin, going to be at the tail end of that grid, from where he had a spin earlier on as well. Back in the GT3 category is going to be the likes of our leader who took the Polaris race, had it quickly dethroned, then given back to him after that car spun. Jaakko Mikkola going to be leading off those categories. A change in the leadership of GT4 Pro, though, with Afonso Souto going to be taking over the lead after a great run down the back stretch of the second sector as they come into the last couple of hairpins. I think this GT4 category is going to be a fun one to watch to see how they manage the pace. Driver is going to have a little bit over an hour of stint time, I believe, with these full fuel capacities for these drivers today. Giovanni Romano all over the back end of Michael Dowden in that Mustang GT4 just behind the leader. As you see the top 5 all on your screen there, the top 4 all bunched together. Chat has a couple of fans in there for Afonso. He's had a great opening lap here. GT3 category equally as tight-knit for the top 5. We're going to see leadership, and I think GT3 AM here, however, change. And the 25 of Aspen Martin, as well as the 28 of Aston Martin, as well as the 25 of Thomas Vanderbosch. That's for Prismatic Motorsports and her machine, having a quick moment there alongside Thomas, who is going to have to be rejoin the back of that queue. I think having a great run here, however, leading up to the tail end of the GT3 Pro kind of top 5 with Alejandro Garcia. going to be working his way through for that Enosis Esports Sim Deck entry. And have a quick replay at the start. This great jump from Oliver Gebraith from where he sat further down in the field, I think in 13th, tail end of this group. And you can see it here. I think hard to tell, just a jump out in the middle of the pack as there's a whole bunch of that happens in the midfield. Hard to see from where we saw it in the beginning, but easy enough to tell from that overhead shot to see that that was what caused that huge jump up into first we saw on Oliver prior to that self spin. Big look there in the GT3 AM category. Yeah, the RPM purple, I believe it's going to be in pro actually, fending off the likes of the Octosins number 69, as well as the likes of ARA Team Bravo, who is in GT3 AM amongst all of these drivers. Tony van der Linden going to be among the drivers having a quick off in that GT3 AM machine. Keeps it very well out of the wall, though, and it's going to see him rejoin the tail end of this kind of group where we have a bunch of drivers who've had incidents coming up quickly alongside him. And battle packs group starting to fare off. Huge look there. Keeps that car moving the right direction. Has the SimGrid silver entry. Going to be under fire from, I believe, a GT3 Pro driver, from where he leads Julian Demers alongside Adam Cox. Sim Party Racing Delta. Lap 1 is what we're going to take a look at this replay here. This is that self spin I was talking about from Oliver Gebraith. I saw him jump out of the lead that we saw him take really early on. Currently sitting 9th as a result, just behind kind of this paddle we're seeing for this between Julian Demers as well as Adam Cox for overall position. And we're going to take a look at that battle between Prismatics, Aston Martin, and her incident there. I think it was a pair of self-spin that accidentally tipped Aston Martin around. And as you see it there, an unfortunate moment there for Aston Martin, but glad to see both of those cars make it back onto the racing track and have a ability to recover very easily without falling behind too seriously. Top 3 in GT4 also having a pretty big moment, but I say big moment, able to kind of get their pace and find where they're going to be at. We keep on this battle between these two drivers, probably one of the more exciting ones on track at the moment, though I would say Michael Rapsey in the Sim Racing Grid Phantom going to be under fire here from Bram Lenton amongst this battle here between these two, Sim Racing Grid as well as Sim Party Racing. Change, I believe, for 4th as JKR had a great run out of the final corner there, ahead of the Treehouse Racing number 118, excuse me. Oh, big into the brakes there. Almost sees that Treehouse Racing car run into that Mercedes GT4 of JKR. We're driven by Justin Michaela in that Treehouse Racing, and then Julian Carces, excuse me, in that other machine. These two drivers having a close battle of it. Also, one of many in the GT4 category, just at that road, like I was about to say, Giovanni Romano. It's almost like I don't talk about this guy weekly whenever I'm in Beer League. Alongside Michael Dowden for the Hugh Jass Gold. Going to be slowly keeping up with him, a little bit slower lap times than that Almeida Racing Academy Porsche GT4. But he'll be able to kind of keep on defending from Giovanni Romano. Both drivers setting their best lap time, this most recent time by, and both still sticking about 4 to 5 tenths between each other. So plenty of opportunity there for these drivers to keep on working on where they want to be. Alfonso Suto of the lead of this class stretching out a 3-second gap. So unless these two start working together, I get the feeling he'll be happy to see them two battle in his mirrors for the next proceeding while 8 minutes in of our 4-hour race, 3 hours and 52 minutes left to go on the clock. As I take a look, RPM Racing, Jaakko Nokkola setting his fastest fastest lap time and the fastest lap time of the race with that 1:45.80, sets a 1.5 second gap between himself and Igor Kos in P2 for that German simracing.de entry. Sim Racing Grid Phantom following just behind those two alongside the likes of Project Sim Racing Team Arabica, as those three are looking to get into a battle here probably in the next few laps. This battle, however, for P3 and P2 in GT4 Pro has gone nowhere, as every time I think the gap's going to open up, Giovanni Romano closes it back down as he continues to try to fight for these podium spots and trying to improve where he sits on that podium. But it's a long game and a large battle to be fought over multiple stints, not one you want to finish in the next 10 laps. So I think also maybe playing it a little smart, maybe playing a little bit of fuel strategy. We'll have to see if he makes the pass, if he thinks he has the pace. I get the feeling we'll have to see if that is the case, though. I believe there could be more pace out of the GT4 Mustang than the Porsche right in front of him. All right, taking a breath as we keep on working through here, looking at other battles on track. Plenty of action in GT4 still underway. Battling, however, in GT3 for that pro podium positions, starting to heat back up. These top four drivers, with the exception of our leader, who is 2 seconds ahead of these three drivers, as they fight for the other two spots on the podium. We'll see them continuing to get closer and closer together. Michael Rapsy in that Sim Racing Grid Phantom alongside Bram Linton in that Project Synced Racing Team Arabica got to both set almost identical lap times, keeping that gap at about 7/10 between these two drivers going into the lap that they're currently sitting on as they get through the fourth of the kind of 5 chicanes. Big slowdown there as they get into lap traffic for the first time. We'll see Igor Kos have to defend from Michael Rapsy into the second of our big hairpins. And we'll have to see here how these drivers continue on through the final chicane, that one I was talking about on the formation lap, about how it would be very dangerous with multi-class racing. Seeing how they're starting to work through it and how that changes the lap times really brings this fight back together, opens up that gap between these three and P1 as we ride along board with Bram Linton. Such a fun drive. It's such a nice kind of break from the action. Bram Linton going to be looking down on the inside of that BMW right ahead of him, forces the BMW out to the wide line, which we'll see the pass get done. We'll see if the favor gets returned, as while you have the wide line, usually you have a little more speed to carry through this first chicane. And we'll see if Michael Rapsy really wants to sit behind, as these two drivers still try to work with Igor Kos. However, further down the field, I believe there's going to be a position that gets done pretty quickly as they battle for fourth in GT3. AM fires back up with LCT taking that position away from the likes of the P5 behind him. A smooth move down the front start-finish stretch gets that move done well and truly. Into the back half of this lap, these fun switchbacks make for interesting racing. They are now coming on the likes of Diego Esmedira, another lapped GT4 traffic that has had a bit of a slow start, but I think there's anything can happen with over 3 hours and 45 minutes remaining. It is very possible for all of these drivers to keep on improving their times here in positions. As we watch these three still, I mean, now is the time to kind of build consistency, see if you can get a bit of a fuel game going on, so that way you have your pit strategy more in your favor than it would be had you kind of just push super hard all the time. But we'll have to see if that is able to be replicated consistently over the next 3 hours and 47 minutes. Battles split up all and down the grid as these drivers continue to work with each other. As the multi-class traffic gonna continue to play a factor for these three as they continue around. You're gonna see them catch up more and more drivers in the GT4 AM and Pro category here in a moment. They got through kind of the stragglers. You're going to get into the various battle packs of that GT4 AM and Pro category that are just up the road. You see the leader of the class working through them just ahead. That gap opened up for Michael Rapsey as he got kind of a little caught out by the multi-class traffic. Get our track map up on there. As you can see how busy this track is. Those marching ants kind of covering a good portion of the field, and that'll only continue to stretch out until if we have a multi-class car. Bold moment there as Igor Kos works his way around the lap traffic. Jordan Thomas in that GT4 Porsche. And they are working their way now as well around the likes of the teammate, that Project Synced GT4 entry, Excelsa. I think probably Bram Linton and that Project Synced Racing Team Arabica. Pretty happy about his teammate not holding him up too much. It'll probably be the same as they get through the Team Liberica for that Project Sync Racing. Let's take a quick look at where the leader is doing, how the leader's faring through this multi-class traffic. Coming up along the top 6 drivers still yet to be passed. Big lunge there for the P2 in class as Bram Linton leans on the door, gets the move done, but now has to figure out how to get around all these GT4s that are going to end up almost boxing him in as a result. See if he can pass around the outside. He has to wait, has to tuck in line behind that GT4. And that's going to bring the battle back into Igor Kos's favor. It's going to make it almost 3 wide, but a pick and roll out of Bram Linton to keep that GT3 Mustang behind him as well. He's going to make this for some very busy racetrack right now. Austin Tucker alongside them, that Porsche GT4 for the Hugh Jass Black, as they keep on working their way through. And all this fighting has just allowed Michael Rapsey to reclose that gap that he had a moment ago. And a lean on the door there of that Treehouse Racing GT4 entry. Keeps it all moving the right direction. A black flag for the 555 Racing, number 55 Albert Galbraith. Taking a look to see where that is for, and that is for jumping the race start, which I would say I'm surprised, but based on how that looked, it definitely did not seem like he was going the same speed as everybody else and used the runoff as well to capitalize and gain an advantage. So we'll see him come down and serve that penalty there. Here's the onboard from Oliver Galbraith as he took the race start. You can see everybody kind of moving the same speed, and then you see him just take off right ahead of most of these drivers as the leader in the class is finally getting onto the power as he zooms on by. So definitely one I think that could have been done a little more carefully. He'll pay the price for it as a result. However, yeah, they're going to take it now, and I would say the earlier the earlier the better. There we go. That's the English I'm trying to say there. Is going to be for those drivers. I would have to imagine a pretty good run as well. Taking a look as these GT4 battles have kind of created this nice big old pack that the leader of GT3 AM is working through now, and he's going to have a spin out of turn number 3, bounces that front end off of the tire barrier. That's going to mean that he'll slide it down the order from where he's sitting. Only going to, I think, end up in P3 as the LCT Racing takes over second place behind Sim Racing Grid Phosphor. Actually going to slide down a little bit further to join those that have had a spin early on in the race, but take a look here. Just, I think, got a little too much curb and got on the power just a little too early, and then tried to avoid that Mustang by adding in a little bit of rotation, and that's what caused it. So a bit of a heartbreak there. Plenty of opportunity as more chaos happens. Joshua Delange is going to have an accident there, the number 15 Sim Racing Grid Phosphor, and that's going to be, I think, one out of an impact there with a GT4 of one of the Thonk Motorsports machines. Big moment there. Get all together. You'll see it here. Thonk Motorsports on the limited grip. He ends up sliding wide, and that's going to bounce him. And I think he gets tipped a little bit by that Mercedes of that RPM Racing Silver behind him, which is how he ends up spearing into that Sim Racing Grid Phosphor. Number 15, outside of that impact damage, did not make it into a tire barrier, so able to kind of recover that car but a lot of work cut out ahead of him to get back into that P3 spot that he inherited. Or excuse me, P2 spot that he inherited, and that's because I think a few other drivers are working their way through. See here, it looks like the number 55 coming back in to serve that black flag, and it was a drive-through penalty, but I think something happened at some point either on the entry or the exit that gave them a drive-through penalty. We'll have to see here what happens with that car as they keep on keeping on. This battle in GT4, I think, still hotly contested. As Justin Mugello, after sliding a little ways down from a bit of the multi-class traffic not going in his favor, sees himself fighting with Justin Rem. And Oliver Galbraith clearing that black flag this time by battle, however, continuing, almost gets a little bit of a bump and run from the multi-class of the GT3 traffic that's still working their way through. We'll see it here. Sammy Hendricks in the Octo Sins number 69 just collecting that rear bumper of that Treehouse Motorsports, or Treehouse Racing, excuse me, not entry. Multi-class traffic still weaving their way through all kinds of battles, changing hands as they get through it the first time. Always kind of one of the more tense and busy sections of racing when the two different classes collide in terms of, well, ideally not physically collide, but collide in terms of lap times and where they are on track, but it often makes for some very exciting racing as a result. Like we talked about, the multi-class giving and changing hands as Almeida Team Delta fends off the likes of the Equipment Geek Racing for overall position amongst all this. And then Rari T. Bosding also going to be in for a penalty, and that's going to be for a contact resulting in a spin to that Hugh Jazz Blue machine. I thought we caught that one on screen. I'm trying to think back. It's been a pretty busy afternoon. So we'll have to see if we can catch it later, but they're coming in to serve it now, get it done out of the way, and have a good rest of the race. Plenty of opportunities here, especially if we get a yellow for whatever reason. Great way to capitalize and kind of get back into the fight here as these drivers continue on. A lot of field, more spread out now than they were at the start, as it is the nature of racing. As everybody finds their own pace and time. This battle here between these two drivers, Kyle Mundell as well as Yanis Yorik. I'm going to say for those two drivers, not for in-class positions, but for overall positions, which I believe still impact the amount of points you get. But I'd have to double check that to be sure. Equipment Geek Racing running much better lap times. Multi-class traffic really going the way of that Equipment Geek Racing Aston Martin, not Mustang. As these two drivers continue to duke it out. One of the closest battles in GT3 at the moment, alongside the likes of Tony van der Linden, who is currently working his way, trying to keep ahead of keep the race lead, between himself and Joshua DeLange, who is in second. Both those drivers having moments prior to this, but as a result of that, McLaren and Joshua DeLange's teammate for the Sim Racing Grid, the SRM, or SRG, I see that. Tony van der Linden and then LCT Racing flash the lights, letting those GT4s know that they're on the way through and they would like to have some preferential treatment, but they are coming up along the last couple of GT4 Pro drivers before they get a little bit of a break. You see the Almeida Racing Academy GT4 entry going to end up going really wide, which may see him as well as Giovanni Romano come back into a battle right behind these two GT3s. We'll have to see. Oh man, good run out of the first couple of 90-degree corners. Second one's equally good. These two Aston Martins going to be battling it out for position, and it'll be interesting to see as they get into Arrabbiata where they will end up. Multi-class traffic going to make for a really interesting Arrabbiata 1 and 2, opting for the inside line, letting Alfonso Souto take the racing line, and he stay wide as a result. Plenty of room here. Built up a 3-second gap for Alfonso Souto. So he's going to let those drivers go through, keep on battling as they were. They're going to include Pedro Nielsen, who's going to be the ARA Team Bravo GT3 Pro entry, just up the road, who currently sits in 11th overall, or 11th in class, and then also overall as a result. This two-way fight now becomes a three-way fight with sister class Traffic in the mix. See here, if the battles continue up and down the road, still right along board with Joshua DeLange, 2/10 between himself and that Aston Martin just up the road that Tony van der Linden is trying to hold on to the lead of the race with. Goes for the defensive line. Joshua DeLange Joshua DeLange flies on by as Tony van der Linden lets him through. And I'll see a change of position. I think there's probably a fuel strategy. Tony van der Linden not want to get involved in anything too crazy to keep that racing hope of getting a podium alive leader in GT4. Now working through some more multi-class traffic, seeing how he works on through the battle as well between the likes of Janis Jordek as well as Kyle Mundell, the Almeida Team Delta, alongside Equipment Geek Racing. They swap positions as we continue on. Almost half an hour into the 4 hours of racing action we'll see here today. Prismatic Motorsports Minerva also going to be fighting for fourth alongside the Sim Racing Grid Academy Bravo. Prismatic Motorsports Minerva, not Athena. Minerva going to be having a great recovery run. Excuse me. English is falling away from me rapidly, and I don't know why. Prismatic Motorsports Minerva up a couple seconds here, a couple seconds there. Multi-class traffic, I think, really playing into the hands of Aston Martin in her Aston Martin GT3. I think the front engine GT3 machines in general this season of iRacing seem to be very prominent and pretty solid. Probably about 10 to 20 minutes away from our first pit stops for the GT3s. And then we'll see the GT4s come in, I believe, probably about 10 to 15 minutes after that, as we get through our first hour of racing action. Keeping up with this battle here for P4 in class in the GT3 AM category. One of the closest battles on track. A couple more floating around as well. But this one, I think, for in-class position as well. Once again, lap times favoring Prismatic Motorsports Minerva. Aston Martin doing a great job, has a great run there, especially with the gravel off track there. Both going to be battling it out too wide through these middle sector as they get into Casanova. Aston Martin going to take her time, be patient. She's already had one incident today. Doesn't, I think, want to add to it if she can avoid it. Arbiata 1 into Arbiata 2. Such a fun, high-commitment sector for these GT3 machines. You're going to see the likes of the GT3 Pro. Patrick Gannon in that RPM Racing Black working his way through the order, trying to see if he can get around these two drivers. But Aston Martin not wanting to allow him to have it easily. She continues to try to keep her fight up with the likes of Jan Kasparek just up the road. This battling between these drivers, especially as Patrick Gannon leans on the door there, wants to get this move done, wants to get around and keep back up the fight into the GT3 Pro category. This fighting has allowed a couple more drivers of the GT3 AM category to get back into this fight for the first positions off the podium, which makes a two-way fight into a four-way fight. With Jan Kasparek still at the head of this, we also have the fifth car of that Patrick Gannon, in the pro category amongst these five drivers as they find themselves all back within a second of each other, and about 2 seconds, 2.5 almost, between all five of these drivers. So busy time there. A number of off tracks, I think one to keep an eye on. Some areas in Mugello are not the kindest. And they let you use as much of the green runoff there. You see all these car drivers leaning on it. But as soon as you go past that, that's where they usually end up being extremely strict. So if you get kind of into the gravel, they say, oh, you've used all the extra room we're going to allow you. You now have to give up a 1x or sometimes a time gain penalty in a couple of places, though they're very rare. And usually it's a mistake more than a planned or an intentional move to try to take up that much room. Patrick Gannon going to lean down the inside, get around this gaggle of GT3 AM cars. Let's see if he can't make his way up the road to keep on keeping on and fight with the likes of Giannis in that Almeida Team Delta just ahead of these 5 drivers. As another one gets collected. Battle for fourth still in the GT3 AM category. 4 cars all battling for the 4th position. And it's going to be, I think, a busy rest of this opening hour of racing for these drivers as they continue on the positions and the fighting. Plenty of opportunity there. Prismatic Motorsports Minerva, gonna see if she has the pace to keep up. She had the pace to keep closing that gap between herself as well as the likes behind Thomas Vanderbos. Gonna be 3rd in this train of cars. Really, I would say 3rd of the GT3 AMs that are in this train of cars. See Motorsport Bravo. Likewise, battle now in that GT3 Pro category as Giannis Jordik going to be under fire from Patrick Gannon. And RPM Racing Black. 2 tenths separate these 2 drivers, as an RPM Racing had a moment earlier. Now is having a fantastic drive back up from where they started in 8th, find themselves in 16th overall. I believe going to be in 13th in class. All the podium sit-ins there. Also amongst those are lap traffic once again. Carson Catlin. And it's going to allow all these drivers through as they continue on their pace. Just taking a look as well, kind of seeing around what else is in this battle. We have this huge battle and fight for 4th. Still probably the one to watch amongst all these drivers. They try to figure out where they want to be in the pace. Leave a couple of drivers also getting a quick slowdown penalty that they've served. You can get one in that second part of that final chicane. We saw these 6 drivers all work their way through. So they've gotten that sorted pretty quickly as a result. Sammy Hendricks, a little ways up the road, going to be swapping positions with Joshua DeLange. As the look happens, Patrick Gannon trying to get around the outside of Giannis. That Almeida Team Delta Porsche not going to make it easy. Patrick Gannon going to look for the switchback as they get through the opening hairpin, turn number 1 into 2 and 2, too wide. And that's going to see Patrick Gannon going to end up sliding behind Almeida Team Delta once more. These drivers continue on their way through the second chicane. Turn 4 and turn 5. Defensive line into Casanova. A interesting one. Costs you a lot of time. There's a bump there, and that's going to see RPM Racing Black end up sliding out of that battle, taking the runoff in the service road, getting back onto the track. Plenty of space behind him to make that happen. Here's a look at what happened there earlier on the brakes for the Almeida Team Racing Delta, and I think a bit of netcode helped him, but that was going to be a bit of a contact as those 2 drivers seem to make their way through. And so Patrick Gannon, after getting through all of those GT3 AM drivers that are battling for 4th, is going to have to go through them once again to keep up the fight and get back into the mix here. Thankfully, not far behind either. Change for P3 as Bram Linton leveraged, I believe, some multi-class traffic to make the change in position happen, as these drivers all had a moment. We saw it earlier. Saw the battle for this in the other direction with Iger Koss defending against Bram Linton up the road. And now he's under fire from Michael Rapsey. These 3 drivers, no strangers to dueling on this track today. I believe I saw a few of them also battling it out in Spa last time we were out for the FTR events, Season 8, the Almeida Racing Academy Endurance Series. 30 minutes down and 3 hours and 30 minutes left to go. I think had a brief hiccup there on my end. But I think it was entirely on my end and nothing to do with the studio side. Keep up with these drivers as they continue on keeping on. And the battle for P2, once again, it seems to ebb and seems to flow. Now it's come back into the favor of all three of these drivers as they sit less than a second of each other overall, getting around more lap traffic as they come through the GT4s for the second time of many tonight. So multi-class traffic gonna keep this battle close between all these drivers, and I think there is going to be a close fight for the third position here. Michael Rapsy going to be alongside Igor Kos as they keep on working their way through out of Arabia 2 into the final couple of chicanes. And as a result, we'll see this battle can continue for the rest of this opening stint. See how the pit cycle happens for these drivers here in about, again, still want to say about 10-15 minutes time for these drivers. Battles all up and down the order. Oh, very close in that GT3 AM category battle for 6th and 7th. As Janis Jordik kind of ending up falling behind after a brief off there. Sees him slide behind, but multi-class traffic is going to keep that Prismatic Motorsports Minerva bottled up just up ahead. Patrick Gannon in the RPM Racing Black going to try to split the difference. The three-wide fight just ahead of these drivers. But Prismatic Motorsports Minerva not going to make it easy for him. Still wants to try to battle with all of these drivers for positions. As Aspen Martin still trying to make her way back up the order. Support from many of the fans out there on track today. The NGC team having some love as well. Taking a look at where I see the NGC team in our standings. Leading still. Now that I've put the name to the team once more for the GT4 Pro category, Afonso Suto having a great run there, and teammate also keeping it up in the GT4 AM. The rest of these GT3 drivers that we are riding along board with, as we keep hanging out with what was the leader, huge snap oversteer for Thomas van der Bosch in that Pegassi Motorsports Bravo. Catches it, however, and uses some of the gravel runoff to kind of guide him back in the right direction. And that's going to keep this battle close between himself and Julian Demers in that Sim Racing Grid Silver machine. As they come into Casanova once again. A little bit less careful on the entry for Julian. Sees him right up behind van der Bosch. These two drivers. Got to see, almost making contact there. Has to brake a little bit. It's going to see Julian make the look down the inside. Doesn't commit. Just kind of lets him know that he's there. Stays in the mirror. Going to go for the switchback, though, because that's a great opportunity for these drivers. See if he has the good run into the closing hairpin, second to last hairpin. Not enough overspeed to kind of get up alongside the Sim Racing Grid Silver, but going to get a better exit. And that's going to see him go too wide through this final chicane. Huge commitment. I think he's going to back out to make sure he makes that corner without getting a slowdown penalty. Easy to do if you take too much of the inside curb of that final right-hander of that chicane into the final hairpin. 3 of them on this track, all of them super fun to go through. Such great opportunities for these drivers to make their way through on the various pathways, racing lines. That's the English for it. Taking a look real quick, I believe, further up the road in P6 and P7, Inosis Esports eMix Gaming alongside, or staying just ahead, I should say, of Sim Party Racing Delta. These 2 drivers battling it out for position. Adam Cox in that Sim Party Racing Delta, setting some good lap times this most recent few laps, especially his last one, half a second in his favor. Inosis, George Correa, going to be just a little bit slower. See if the pace can be refound for the Aston Martin machine, or if that Lamborghini behind him will continue to close the gap over the next few laps. Change in position in the GT4 category as well, as Excelsa is getting passed by the Sim Racing Grid Academy Blaze. GT4 is still a very busy place as a result of GT3 traffic causing fights to kind of ebb and flow. Ron Wolf also hanging out behind Austin Tucker. Those 2 drivers no less familiar with each other as a result of many races I've seen them both in. That's going to see these 2 battles. The Thonk Esports Motorsports Sim Sports Racing powered by Beer of Ron Wolf behind him, leading the GT4 AM entries. I think there are only 4. So consistency is going to be the name of the game for those GT4 AM drivers at this point, staying where they're at, keeping the gaps open as they work their way through multi-class traffic once again. We're going to look at data here for a brief moment as we jump back to this fight between P6 and P7 in the GT3 category. Adam Cox really closing down the distance now, 3/10 between himself and George Correa just ahead of him. We're riding along board, looking out the back window of that Inosis Esports eMix gaming machine. And as going to see these drivers, I think, have a pretty fun time overall if they're able to. Another 3/10 this time by. We'll see what happens in this lap. A big moment as well for a couple of drivers in the GT3 AM category. Let's take a look at what happens there in a moment. There's going to be the likes of Jan Kasparek, who is finding his way back onto the road after a brief self-spin. Collected that Prismatic Motorsports Minerva machine as well. That's the look right there. You see that brief spin just gets compounded by the closeness of the battle ahead and behind. And these drivers continuing to fight it out. 3 hours and 17 minutes, as well as a handful of seconds, still remain as these drivers all work their way through the racetrack. Battles spreading out, but as soon as some spread out, some get back together. Adam Cox still chasing down George Correa. These 2 drivers, Sim Party Racing Delta machine, that Lamborghini behind the Aston Martin of Inosis. I'm super curious how the pit cycle and the fuel management is going to play in the favor of some of these drivers towards the end of this race. Should be a pretty solid 3-stopper as a result. We'll see these drivers, I think, make some pretty consistent lap times as well. They're going to have driver changes. I know I saw a couple of drivers noting that they will be driving by themselves for the round. I think Julian Carces, excuse me, in that GT4 Mustang of JKR is going to be one of the many solo drivers. I say many, one of the handful of solo drivers. And taking a look here, continuing onward as they're wanted to do. Octosins, Understeer Motorsport battling for top 10, and who's going to be there? Big lunge from the Octosins, number 69. Sees that pass done in the opening corner of the lap. See if he can hold on to that position as a result. Oh, man. Big moment there. The leader of the GT4 is amongst that battle there. I think it's going to be one that's going to be hard to navigate, especially as that's added in another GT3 driver into the mix there. As they get some fresh tires and some full fuel, we'll see that I think the rest of the GT3 category start working their way in after this one. Tony van der Linden, who is leading LCT Racing now, or sorry, leading with LCT Racing in P2, not leading, excuse me. Currently now fighting to try if he can get back up to where Joshua DeLange is leading the GT3 AM category. He has to get around these two GT3 Mustangs, the Understeer Motorsport and Octosins. Has to figure out how to close that distance. Then another 3 seconds up the road between these three drivers, where Joshua DeLange currently leads GT3 AM. So the work cut out for Tony van der Linden as they come down the start-finish stretch yet again. I was about to say, I just saw a look there. Hugh Jasgold, Giovanni Romano keeping up with Michael Dowden in that Almeida Racing Academy Porsche GT4. This gap between these two drivers ebbs and flows. Multi-class traffic playing a huge factor for these drivers at the moment. In a vacuum, the lap times darn similar. Multi-class traffic makes it a little bit easier or a little bit harder for these drivers, and almost going to bring into contact as Giovanni Romano has to slow down just a little bit to not run into Michael Dowden. A Hugh Jasgold machine going to be trying to find that pace, trying to close the distance. I think the fuel number has been hit now. So we'll see where these drivers work their way in. Igor Koss going to be in from P3 in class for the GT3 Pro. One of our first drivers, the German simracing.de machine at Mustang GT3. One of the early pit stoppers as we get to 3 hours and 13 minutes on the dot here in a couple seconds. These two, I think we'll see these two battle it out till the end or until a driver change takes the fight to or from one of these drivers, as well as multi-class traffic. Gap sticking around 3 seconds between these two drivers and the leader of the class of GT4. And then we're going to take a look back. I have to imagine this battle hasn't gone anywhere either. And that seems to be the case. Sim Party Racing Delta still chasing down Enosis Esports Emix Gaming. These two drivers looking to make hay while the sun is shining. As we get through the opening hour of racing here. 12 minutes left of that opening hour, and then we still have 3 more hours as a lot of the GT3 AM drivers start working their way down to the pit lane. Lawrence de Vlieger Thomas Vanderbush, as well as Jans Kasperek and Oliver Galbraith, all going to come in. So while we watch this battle here, the interesting to see as they get through the final couple corners if either of these two drivers join those on pit lane for the first pit stop of the afternoon. And it's going to be, I think, a pretty busy time. That Hugh Jass. Oh, Adam Cox going to dive into pit lane to make this pit stop and get it done. Leader in class, going to serve a quick slowdown penalty. Well, going to have to serve a quick slowdown penalty. We jump back further in the field. Igor Kos, from where he exits pit lane, now finds himself right behind Kyle Mundell in that Equipment Geek Racing. German Sim Racing DE making one of the first pit stops now, has to work his way, get the tires up to temperature, see if he can keep up with the likes of the GT3 AM runners. Fresh tires and full fuel make for a very different car than they were driving just a few minutes ago. It's going to be one that you have to pay attention to. See the likes of one of the GT4s jump to pit lane. Trying to see kind of the exact reason of what happened there. I think it's just a brief moment of the internet outing. Yeah. As Austin Tucker has an upload packet loss for that Hugh Jass Black machine. A lot of more of the GT3 Pro and Am field working their way into and out of pit lane. Leaders in class working their way in of GT3 Am. Kyle Mundell going to pick up that lead for the moment until he has to come into pit lane. One of the last drivers to pit for the GT3 category, along with the top 5 in class of GT3 Pro. And Julian Demers, also from the GT3 Am category, going to be working his way in. Over the next couple of laps, about 5 or so minutes, leader of the class going to be diving into pit lane this time by as Jaakko Mikola from the RPM Racing Machine, or Jaakko Mikola, to get their pit stop done. First of the 3 I expect that they'll do over the course of this. Bram Linton, top 5, all kind of piling in. I get the feeling we'll see Nicholas Tong, who's in 5th, do so. Multi-class traffic as Michael Rapsy is going to fight with Igor Kos. It's going to be eventually a net battle for, I believe, P3. The warmer tires of a lap for Igor Kos, I think, is going to make this a fight that Michael Rapsy can't keep engaging in too seriously without really being concerned for how warm those tires are going to be, or maybe overheated they might end up being. As he is just doing his out lap now on those fresh tires as well as full fuel. Igor Kos a lap, fresher tires. You're going to see all top 5 come in to do their stints. Kyle Mundell going to slide out wide just in front of those battle we see for what's going to be net P3. And he's going to come into pit lane. This battle here. Igor Kos, Michael Rapsy going to continue on as they are a little bit ways further back than they, I think, expected as a result of dealing with multi-class traffic. The Inosis Esports SimDeck.app going to pick up P3 ahead of these 2 drivers, but as a result, it's going to have to give it up, and that's going to see that Inosis Esports SimDeck Lamborghini make a hard contact with the wall after clipping the gravel. And those cold tires just spinning that car around. Not a whole ton to be done there. Tire barrier making it a much more graceful spin. And that's going to be another spin immediately after for that driver. As he works his way around, tries to get back out onto the racing circuit. It's going to see him drop down into 7th in class. P3, the battle for that position in GT3 Pro coming to a close for the moment as the gap between Igor Kos and Michael Rapsy comes out again. Here's the look again at that issue that Alejandro had. Just a brief moment on the gravel, but it was enough that the traction control just kicked him out onto the gravel proper as a result of it, trying to figure out what to do with it. Had no clue where to be. Drag race for 555 as alongside Prismatic Motorsports Minerva. Those 2 drivers battling it out for position. It's going to be 6th and 7th in class. It's Dramatic has to eventually yield. Ivory Balfour is in for that Prismatic Motorsports Minerva. Few other driver changes I think we've seen today. Oliver Gabraith going to give his 555 machine over as the lead in GT4 AM now comes into a fight as a result of some multi-class traffic. And the Sim Racing Academy Blaze GT4 Porsche going to have a pretty solid couple of laps. Ron Wolf still leading the GT4M category in that Thonk Esports machine. Both those drivers working through the tail end of their fuel stints. Yeah, Ivory, that Prismatic Motorsports Minerva machine, has a little bit of front end damage as a result of contact earlier on in the race. Got some of it repaired, I think, in the pit cycle. We'll probably see the rest of it bleed off over the next couple. It is just a little bit of downforce on the front end, and it seems very manageable. I think at least both between what I saw of Aspen Martin's driving of it, as well as Ivory Balfour's, both seem to be handling it well. Much like all three of these cars, is Justin Michaela, and we have the lap traffic of the huge ass blue of Matthew Dupuis, of Shane Cameron, diving into that machine as this battle continues for the lead of GT4AM. Always fun. I think it's really cool to see battles like this develop for some of the smaller classes. Just loved it a lot when we had last season of the FTR, we had the TCRs, and whenever we saw those two come into battle with each other. I think the same is true for these three. Justin Michaela's lap times really coming down. Multi-class traffic. I say multi-class traffic. Lap traffic of GT4. Going to make it a little bit more spicy in the process. As we continue onward, the gap opening back up as multi-class traffic swings in the favor of Ron Wolf for a moment. He gets a little bit of speed as well with the Treehouse Racing machine of Justin Michaela right in front of these two. 3 hours and 4 minutes and still left on the clock. Plenty of time for these drivers to work their way through. So work their way through, get into battles, have some pit strategy. I think play a lot of some good upsets at the end here. P3 in Class Eurocast. Excuse me. Not Eurocast. Piassi Racing. I believe that was Jelle Verstraeten. Or Jelle Verstraeten. Taking over from Thomas van der Bosch. Piassi Motorsports Bravo. Getting a bit of an off track there. As these three continue, I get the feeling that we're going to see some pit stops for GT4s coming up. Multi-class traffic, really going to be a brief moment amongst all those. As Almeida Team Delta going to throw a bit of a mixer into this. Going around the long ways. Piassi Motorsports teams getting some love in chat as well. And I think we're going to take a step back here. We're going to have a video play for the top of the hour. 3 hours still remaining. We'll come back, probably see some GT4 multi-class, or sorry, not GT4. Sorry, excuse me. Real quick, let's take over and see if this lead of the race changes or if there's a big contact. Thankfully, both those cars stay alive. See if it calms down here for a brief moment. And we're going to take a quick step back, get some more tea in our system for the next hour of racing. We have 3 hours still remaining. We'll check back in on these GT4 pit stops here in just a moment. We're going to play a video ad here at the top of the hour. And we'll see you all in just a moment. Stay with us.
He's here teaching all his secrets to all these drivers. This is Almeida Racing Academy,
where every champion has a starting line.
The sim racer turned real world superstar, Suelio Almeida.
It's Connor Bell racing in his own backyard for the very first time in the NASCAR Canada Series.
The workshops helped out so much. Something about battling with somebody faster than you, it just pushes you that little bit further, and I was able to just keep developing my skill.
I can kind of commit more with the exit there. That was good. If you do take sim racing seriously, it does impact your racing technique for the rest of your life.
I know how the car is going to perform around these corners because the model I have in the sim. Just the benefit of sim racing when you go into real life I don't think people quite realize it yet.
You have infinite track time is the biggest factor. You are able to try so many things, and the physics that are simulated in the sim nowadays, especially iRacing, are so close to real life.
Creating champions.
Australia Almeida is a master at his craft. He's outclassed a Le Mans driver, a European Le Mans Series racer.
These guys are among the top 0.02% in the world.
Designed to create champions.
First NASCAR Canada start. First NASCAR victory for Connor Bell.
Connor Bell standing on the podium here today.
This is the Almeida Racing Academy 3.0.
Wait a race, buddy, wait a race.
Alrighty, we jump back into this battle. Declan Marsden going to be alongside Lawrence of Rieger, Understeer Motorsport, and Octosins 69. We've seen both these drivers swap positions once before. See them swap once again. Almeida Racing Academy for that GT4 pit cycle. Going to kick us off for these GT4 pit stops. Plenty more to come as all the GT4s still have yet to come down. Only 2 so far. That's going to be the likes of the SRN TFR Alliance alongside Almeida Racing Academy. The rest of the GT4 field, including the leaders in both classes, still battling it out. Jordan Thomas, we saw a little bit of battle between them, as well as the likes of other drivers. Tyler Agostino now going to be fighting with Jordan Thomas, I think, for overall GT4 positions. As we stay along this fight in GT3 Pro, I get the feeling the battles here now more of a conversation of pit strategy and lap time over raw pace and track position itself. As a lot more of these drivers going to come in, take pit cycles, it's going to spread out this field a little bit more. We saw how much it spread out the GT3 field when they came in for their pit cycles. Throws the look, doesn't stick with it. And then it's going to slide back out and stick behind for the moment. And this battling between these two drivers has allowed the likes of Patrick Gannon right behind them to come back into the fight, finally clear of all that GT3 AM traffic. As the RPM Racing Black Machine works his way back up the field as well, still riding along board with that Understeer Motorsports, as this two-way fight becomes a three-way fight for P10, I believe, in class. I think Patrick Gannon right behind these drivers, just looking to kind of keep it all in one piece. Yeah, Lawrence de Vlieger in the back, the Understeer Motorsports, that blue car of these two, of these Mustang GT3s. Another solo driver, one of the few that are out driving by themselves today. Easy enough to do with a 4-hour endurance if you have the stamina to do it. Big look there from Lawrence de Vlieger as well, going into turn number 8 and 9 there. Just a great overlap. Slower exit out of Declan Marsden for that second chicane. See if he was going to return a favor. As Prismatic Motorsports, Minerva comes back into pit lane after a spin. And the rest of the GT3 field starting to work their way in as well. Sorry, GT4 field working their way in. Both some Pro and AM cars for GT4 looking to make the passes stick that they have built up over this initial run, as the GT4 leader, who is excuse me, not the leader, but the teammate of the GT4 leader involved with those drivers. Trying to keep that car going in the right direction. Diogo Madeira, one of the NGC entries here today. Late on the brakes for Patrick Gannon as he tries to go around the long way of the opening hairpin. Sometimes doable if you have some great overlap and can force that car to stick close on the exit of the corner. Otherwise, you just usually end up back where you started, and maybe a little worse for wear or some warm tires. But we'll see how that continues to progress. These three battles, the closest in GT3 and GT4 at the moment, as we get into the second hour of racing. This is always, I think, where the second hour is where, as we have this look from Patrick Gannon down the inside, Declan Marsden not really wanting to look and allow for too much chaos to happen at once. But multi-class traffic also, I think, going to bring a fight back together between Hans Blackert from the LCT Racing, who still sits in P2 in GT3 AM, is now going to be getting slowly caught by Lawrence de Vlieger and this battle of GT3 Pro cars behind these drivers. The top three in GT4 Pro working their way in: Justin Rem, Afonso Suto, as well as Giovanni Romano, the Almeida Racing Academy, as well as the Grid and Go machine. All working their way in from various pit lane spots. Battle on track, however, for these four drivers almost now. Still within 2.5 seconds overall. Taking a look at pit stop times for these GT4 machines, a little bit longer because they have a full fuel tank and they fuel those fuel tanks slower. We'll see those drivers all work their way through. Bit of a battle. GT4 Pro sees position swap as outlaps get completed for drivers. But Afonso Suto going to hold on to the lead of GT4 Pro ahead of Giovanni Romano, who comes out 3 seconds ahead of Michael Doden. That's going to be, I think, due to the lap time difference, as well as, I think, a slow outlap for that driver. And we'll have to see here if that continues to hold or if there is a few different options there. P1 in GT4 AM working their way back out on track after their pit cycle. I think they'll stay, a little ways ahead of the next in class. Battle for P3, back into just about a second. Lap times for Igor Kos, about a second a lap faster at the moment. Half a second, a couple laps back, lost a few tenths there, but gained a whole second this most recent time by. Sees this battle slide to within a second. We'll see if Bram has the pace there to rebuild that gap. Was able to do so with the help of some multi-class traffic. Bram Lenton, one of two drivers in that Project Synced Racing Team Arabica, just ahead of Igor Kos, who I think also has, or is driving another one of our solo drivers, for this round of the championship. We'll have to see here how much the pace continues to swing in the favor of Igor Kos, able to kind of get that car together. And as it stands, no weather on the horizon. Saw a couple of mentions from race control about red flag conditions, but I think that thankfully that has staved off for the time being. See as well, I think we're jumping back to this battle as Lawrence de Vlieger still is now going to be battling with Patrick Gannon and its RPM Racing Black Machine, who has slowly chunked down the time as well. As both those drivers sit behind the LCT Racing's Hans Blackart, excuse me. As a big moment there. Multi-class traffic going to be trying to find his way through. Shane Cameron trying to keep the dream of finishing on the lead lap in GT4 alive from the huge Jas Black. swap for position there. Hans Blackheart getting a slower exit out of that line, but it's going to put Hans Blackheart in that GT3 AM machine of that Aston Martin in between the Mustang and the Mercedes. The rest of these two cars we brought along with the RPM Racing Black, but a big contact there as Lawrence of Vlieger is tossed out wide into the tire barrier. Has a bit of contact there, and that's also going to see Hans Blackheart amongst those. Unfortunately, having a slide as a result. He'll go and lose out some positions as well. Both those drivers now worrying about other fights as well. Declan Marsden now under fire from Joe Morandini. Third time's the charm. Alongside, huge moment there. Lawrence of Vlieger bringing that car back into pit lane. Just did not make that braking point. You saw it out of hands. Looking for a lunge there that I don't think would have worked had the door been open enough for him to be alongside at the entry point. But as Lawrence of Vlieger came sliding down to make the entry and take the racing line, that's how you see that incident come to pass. Declan Marsden getting passed by John Morandini. Man, I got it once, I lost it, and then I got it back again. Sticking ahead of Hans Blackheart. Those two drivers going to be battling here. Here's another look at that incident we just saw a brief moment ago. Lawrence of Vlieger into the braking zone, takes the normal braking line. Big lunge at Hans to make, I think, a pass of some kind. We'll have to see what the stewards think of that. Definitely one that just looks like either a miscommunication or an issue. So, quick moment there. And I get the feeling caught in, I think, when we talk about that wreck, Dustin Hollis in the booth there, caught looking in the mirror for Hans instead of looking in front of him. I have to agree with that one too as well. As these drivers, Pegassi Motorsport, Bravo, keeping ahead. 555 Sim Racing. We will have, I think, a fun, broadcast booth shuffle at some point today. So it won't just be me in the broadcast booth all 4 hours by my lonesome, but I will be here from start to finish. Gelver Stratton in that Pegassi Motorsports Bravo, which the chat has been super excited about, holding off John Teada, there we go. Until now, as I say it. Now that 555 Racing gonna be able to slip on by, see if he can make his way up the order, regain positions. And meanwhile, right behind those two drivers on track, we see the battle for P2 in GT3 Pro kick back off as multi-class traffic has added to that pretty seriously. 3 to 4 tenths between these two drivers. Fantastic previous lap from them. Charlie Lund-Nielsen over at the lead of the race going to have a slowdown penalty. He'll have to serve for the RPM Racing Aston Martin. But this battle here, I think, the one to watch at the moment of the GT3s. I wonder if we see it calm down a little. Maybe one in GT4 is also worth catching. But let's keep an eye on this for the time being. These two GT3 machines trading lap times over most of the opening hour. Now they see themselves closing back down as we get through the first 15 minutes of our second of 4 hours of racing. Bram Lenton still at the helm of the Project Sim Racing Team Arabica, just ahead of Igor Koss, who's in that German simracing.de. Both Mustangs looking for the inside line. Around the outside goes Bram Lenton. Both these drivers are going to keep on the pace, but that's got to see the lap time, I think, slightly favor Igor Koss as a result of how much less track he had to actually maneuver around. Right on board with Bram Lenton. And you look behind there, you see how close that gap is. 2 tenths between those two drivers and closing the gap going to be closed as the draft applies to these GT3 machines. And Igor Koss gets the benefit of that draft. They get a little bit of draft from that GT4 head. Now they have to figure out how to get around it without causing issues. I believe as one of our GT4s battling for position, that is Giovanni Romano's second in GT4 Pro. That Hugh Jass gold machine. Black flag as well for Lorenz de Vlieger. I believe for an incident limit or for failing to serve a slowdown penalty. So I don't see anything in our steward reports. Man, these two still going at it. That is going to be the leader of... Oh, no. And that's going to see Igor Koss slide into the barrier as he tips around the leader of GT4 Pro. Great heads-up awareness out of this GT4 machine. You'll see it here. Just a slight of the taps, and he is hard on the binders to not run into that machine and get involved in that incident any more than he was taking that racing line. I was going to see Igor Koss now fighting once again with Michael Rapsy, who they have also swapped places with a few times. Michael Rapsy leaning on the inside there. Igor Koss going to be driving around the outside. Both drivers keeping it together. Igor Koss keeping the foot in the door. Has a slower line, though. See himself have to back out by the time they get to the final chicane here. Here's another look at that incident from, I believe, the onboard of the GT4 leader. Just taking that racing line. Around the outside goes Igor, and then he gets bumped into and slid across the track. No good place for that GT3 to be, or that GT4 to go without losing control of that vehicle. He's going to come down pit lane, I think, to get that car fixed back up, do a bit of triage and see what they can rebuild. Charlie Lind Nielsen from the RPM Racing Machine, still at the head of this field, now 4 seconds ahead of Bram Lenton, working the way through multi-class traffic and lap traffic of GT3s. Yelver Stratton in one of those. Pegassi Motorsports right behind those drivers. A battle, I think, that is brewing for overall GT4 positions. I think is going to be pretty interesting to see. Spencer Golden, who took over the helm of the Sim Racing Grid Academy Blaze machine from his teammate Jordan Thomas, is leading off Alexander Bueller and Zachary Leibold for positions in overall GT4. Amongst all this, Hans Blackert also with a penalty. And that's going to be for that contact we saw the replay of a couple times of Hans Blackert just missing the braking marker for the final corner of those two. Another battle, I think, for overall positions in GT4. A few of them still in play here between Brooks Clayton in that Thonk Esports, just ahead of Rutger Herbosch in that Project Sync Racing team Excelsia. Take a look on here. That's Alexander Bueller. Sorry, not Alexander Bueller. This battle that I was just mentioning for overall positions in GT4. Some good lap times out of Rutger. It's going to see him work his way back up the order, try to get back up to the likes of Tyler Augustino, who is 8th in the GT4 Pro category and 6 seconds up the road, but a couple tenths slower. And when you have 2 hours and 43 minutes left remaining of racing action, plenty of opportunity to kind of slowly chip away at that lap time and allow it to be built up. This battle, however, for overall position, sees two GT4 Pros trying to get around a GT4 AM for overall positions, as well as in-class positions between Alexander Bueller as well as in that Hugh Jass Blue machine, just ahead of Zachary Leibold in that Sim Racing Grid Palladium Porsche GT4. And those two are behind Spencer Golden, who took over that Sim Racing Grid Academy Blaze P2 entry of the GT4 AM machine. So along with this, I think we also see the the GT4, Mustang GT4, Cohen Garrett's for Project Sync Team Racing Liberica. So this three-way fight now for P10 in the GT4 Pro category. You have the likes of a few other drivers as well, still looking for positions in overall. Just a drag race down the start-finish stretch. Two front-engine GT4 machines. See if either of them back out. answer looks to be Brooks Clayton will take patience over raw track position. Still 7 seconds ahead of the next driver in class for him. That's going to be that Sim Racing Grid Academy Blaze machine as these two go too wide. Zachary Leibel trying to find the outside line ahead of Alexander Buehler in the Sim Racing Grid Palladium Porsche. Both those drivers able to keep themselves all buttoned down like we talked about earlier in the GT3s. Outside line of turn number 1. Can be done. Going to be very interesting though when you have the likes of the McLaren GT3 of Daniel Snortland. That's going to be at Sim Racing Grid Silver. We saw them leading GT3 AM at one point, then had a moment. Now working their way back through the field from where they are currently in 3rd, trying to close the gap to where Hans is in, where Kyle Mundell is 6 seconds up the road of these pack of drivers. Big moment there. A lot of overlap for those two drivers. Zachary looking for the line. Alexander Buehler playing defensive, forces the 2 wide out of Cohen Garrett's in the Liberica Project Sim Racing Team entry. That's going to push him wide, so he'll end up farther out than he meant to be. Going to be a flash out of that GT4, understandably, for getting kind of pushed off the road. So these 4 are as they were at the start of the lap for the time being. GT3 traffic still working its way through, trying to find an opportunity there. That's going to be the leader of the race entirely. The RPM Racing, Charlie Lund Nielsen at the helm of that machine. Keeps it in, tucks in a little bit, gets the inside line. Hans Blackert on the outside of this, finds that, rejoin very carefully. Had a slow moment there as he slid wide. I'm trying to figure out what exactly happened there. I think just over-rotated into the corner. Slid out, there you see it. Gets caught by the gravel. Rejoins right behind the likes of Jelver Stratton, as well as the lapped Lawrence de Vlieger. So look back on the battle between Brooks Clayton, Kyle Erbach, as well as Cohen Garrett's. Now once again 2 wide with Zachary Leibold. These 2 drivers having a few rough battles with each other. Zachary Leibold accidentally pushing Cohen Garrett's too far out on last lap. See that? These 2 drivers getting it sorted this time a little bit easier. As Bram Lenton gets around these drivers. Lap traffic. Jelver Stratton in that Pegassi Motorsport Bravo right behind them, as well as Lawrence de Vlieger, who is on his own lap just ahead of these drivers. Bit of a chaotic time. Hugh Jass. It's going to be Alexander Buehler of the Hugh Jass Blue working his way back onto the racetrack after this moment here, where you see the GT3 just kind of push him out wide. This corner is so technical and difficult to get right. On the limit of grip for both these cars. No real room outside of the racing line for drivers to go at optimum speed. And as you're the faster class coming into that corner, you have every opportunity, I think, to make sure it's your responsibility to be fair. But we'll have to see what the stewards think of that, because that was definitely one that looked like it could have been avoidable at best. But it's still such a limited grip that it's so hard to not, you don't want to overcorrect and then end up losing control of the car trying to avoid the GT4. But brings the fight to close for Alexander Buehler for the moment. 3 seconds behind those 2 drivers. See Brooks Clayton using the draft to keep ahead of Spencer Golden right behind him in that Sim Racing Grid Academy Blaze. And I believe, see what the stewards think of a couple other options here. Battles really calming down now. Again, we have overall positions being worked for. We have lap traffic working its way through. Well, lapping traffic, I should say, working its way through the 555 there of John Teata. Battles in GT4, mostly for overall position. Working through lap traffic, Bram Lenton, driver that ran into Alexander Buehler last lap. Brooks Clayton once again working through, getting around her Rutger Herbosch in that Project Synced team, racing team Excelsa. We've seen these two swap positions before. I wonder if we'll see them swap back. Spencer Golden now bumping into Colin Garrett's. Just here, making it 3 wide is going to be Zachary Leibold. As Colin Garrett's working his way around, trying to get through. Zachary Leibold going to collect on that as well if possible. Cheering on the Pegassi Motorsport chaps. We have a few more drivers getting cheered on by their friends and family at home in our chat this afternoon. Always, I think, one of my favorite things to see in motorsports racing, both in real life and as a result in sim racing, is the support of, I think, friends and family. It definitely goes, I think, a lot further than a lot of people, I think, expect sometimes out of this. Battle in position for overall position between LCT Racing and Almeida Team Delta. Lap times for those two drivers changing hands. Big use of the curb there is going to see him go out wide, and that's going to push these two apart and allow for the lap traffic of Michael Rapsey to work his way through as he is trying to lap it. The drivers here that are at the tail end of the GT3 class, both in Pro and Am. Slowdown penalty for car 2. Gonna keep this racing interesting. Michael Rapsey trying to work his way around Hans Blankert. Big into the braking zone as they get around Giovanni Romano, or excuse me, not Giovanni Romano, the likes of Alexander Buehler once more. And that we'll see these three drivers still working closely with one another to keep on keeping on. As we see the Project Sync Racing Team Iberica and Sim Racing Grid Palladium back into a fight. These two have been swapping positions here and there for the last few minutes, along with the likes of Alexander Buehler, who was making it a three-way fight. This is a battle for P10. Multi-class traffic, going to make this a little bit interesting as Alexander Buehler going to keep trying to find his way around and get back into this fight that we see for those two drivers. And then at the tail end of the field, Hugh Jas Black, Shane Cameron, going to be trying to battle the teammate of the leader of the class, the sister car, I should say, of the leader in class. That is currently third in the GT4 Am category, Artur Loureiro, who is currently holding on and having, I think, a pretty solid podium position here. But his big look down the start-finish stretch. RPM Racing Black amongst these three cars, trying to find his own way around. And this battle for position gonna, I think, slightly go in the favor of Shane Cameron, but now Artur Loureiro, gonna have the draft. He's gonna back out of it, allow Shane Cameron to hold on to the position there. LCT Racing, Almeida Academy Delta, once again getting into it. Treehouse Racing, the GT4 Mustang we see in between those two cars, gonna make that gap open up by a second as soon as that battle swaps hands. Battles in the GT4 for overall, the closest thing on track at the moment. As I said, we're going to get slow more and more. As we keep having green flag racing, it's going to delve more and more into pit strategy, long-term results as we get close to the bottom of our second hour of racing. And we will make our way up to the halfway point here in just 30 minutes time. Taking a look on board again, Alexander Buehler getting a great exit out of this corner. Less than a tenth separate these two, but Spencer Golden going to have the inside line. See if there's going to be a switchback. Brakes get applied. You saw that car shift ever so slightly forward for Alexander Buehler as he applied the brakes. See those rev lights pop on as he gets to the top end of that RPM gear. Always such an easy way to tell where drivers are going to shift amongst all these. Spencer Golden looking for the inside line. Alexander Buehler just going to rip around the outside and get the opportunity done. So that way he can try to get back into the fight with, well, like of those drivers let's see what happened here. Brooks Clayton having an issue here at the last corner. Gets, I think it just tipped out wide by this Aston Martin. You'll see it here just a little bit. And it was enough to spin him out. Still retains the lead, but that 9-second gap closed on down to 3 seconds as Spencer Golden continuing to fight for that position. Same with the battle just ahead of the leader now, which was just behind, between Cohen Garrett's at Project Sync Racing Team Liberica and Sim Racing Grin's Palladium's Zachary Leibold in that Porsche GT4 that you see the front end of there on the screen. 3/10 separate these two drivers, and it's been a pretty busy one at that. Another incident floating around the track as well, I think from a fast Igor Kos accidentally bumping out Julian Carces, excuse me. See if we get that in a moment, but this battle here, one to keep an eye on. I don't think that triggered as anything more than an off track for Julian Carces, so let's see, is that issue there. Julian Carces, number 143 amongst the drivers, currently sitting, I believe, in 5th of the GT4 category. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see here. Has a brief bump with the Igor Kos. Tries to take the racing line. Igor Kos wants to go on the inside. He has to abandon that corner to not crash the car. And you see him there letting it known that he wasn't super thrilled with this. But as going to see battles on track continue to spread out. These two, one of the last battles in GT4 Pro. And we have another look at what happened with the 21 here. RPM Racing Black. Going to be with Matthew Dupuis. Just careful there. Keeps it out of trouble. And then, brief moment there. Keeps it out of trouble. Matthew Dupuis able to keep that car going in the right direction. John Morandini going to be diving into pit road from where he was one of our earliest pitters, I think, for in-class pit stops. Our ARA Team Bravo, Almeida Racing Academy, for the shorthand of that ARA. And a couple of battles I think I see popping up in the GT3 category. This one's still in GT4, the closest thing in GT4 at the moment. Sans any more carnage. It's going to be this battle here between the Sim Racing Grid Palladium and Project Synced Racing Team Liberica, excuse me. And then a battle I think I see brewing in GT3 Pro is going to be between the two Enosis teams, esports, both the Emix Gaming and the Sim Deck.app. For us, they are black paints on the broadcast. They have some, I think, they're standard paints for usual racing elsewhere. I wonder if they didn't submit a paint, so they ended up getting a black paint as a result. Sometimes can happen. Those two teams currently battling it out. Emix Gaming having a couple of slower laps recently, but I think a brief moment for Alejandro a couple laps ago brings them into this fight with each other. Or excuse me, we just missed, I think, a pass happening a little while ago, and that's where we see the end of this. As ARA Team Bravo coming back on track, joining the battle here. And he's going to have to get back those tires back up to speed as a result of them being cold from pit lane. Also, full fuel. When you're at the tail end of a stint, a lot lower fuel, so it feels a little bit more rough to do. I think he's just going to pull offline, allow these drivers through. He knows that battle will not go very well for him when he can just have all the options there. P2 penalty, and that's going to be a drive-through penalty for the contact with the Thonk Esports. Or excuse me, not between that. It's going to be for, I believe, for the Project Racing Team Arabica for their contact with Alexander Bueller and the Hugh Jass Blue Machine that got unceremoniously ejected from Arabiata 1. We saw that live a few laps ago. That'll make for, I think, a pretty hard one there. You'll see this again. I think we saw it live just lunges down the inside. No room, I think, for that car to make it without a vote just ending up there anyway. So the lunge there, kind of pretty rough, unless it was a different one that we didn't see for that number 99 Project Sync Racing. I believe that's the incident in question. All right, on track action, having a few more battles still to go. Currently, that I can see within about a second of each other. Adrian Hopp still in that Almeida Team Delta, ahead of Hans Blackert in the LCT Racing. And then Alejandro Torres going to be just ahead of Antonio Jordan. Those two having swapped positions, still keeping pace with each other, pretty close as well. And then that battle in GT4 that we've seen come and go for that top 10 position between Cohen Garretts and Zachary Leibold at Sim Racing Grid Palladium, as well as the Project Sync Racing Team Liberica. Going to be battling it out. So it is still a busy track, still plenty of racing action there, as the P2 position, Bram Linton, going to be working his way down to pit road to serve that penalty. So that's going to be, I think, a pretty frustrating moment there. So I think it's probably one that did not really, I think, even cross his mind super seriously. You got to pay attention when you're making the looks and trying to get around lap traffic. And Arrabbiata is such a hard set of corners to make multi-class passing stick. LCT Racing still battling Almeida Team Delta. These two swapping positions as they get better laps over the course of this race. Adrian Hopp with a much slower lap this most recent time by. Jeez, that gap closed down. Multi-class traffic, I think, part to play. Less than 30 minutes remaining in our second hour of racing. 2 hour and 24 minutes left to go as we reach and get closer to this halfway point. In probably about another 5 to 10 minutes, we'll see the rest of this GT3 field work their way in for their second stop of the evening. Which means I've done my math wrong. I think it's going to be probably 4 stops, if I had to math more correctly. With the last one being kind of a splash and dash, depending on how that all stands up. And Antino Jordan now with a black flag. And that's going to be causing an avoidable collision. And that'll be for that Emix Gaming 93 entry. So right on board with our leader once more. Get a feel for the 19-second gap that now exists between Charlie Lund-Nielsen and this RPM racing machine ahead of the Sim Racing Grid Phantom of Michael Rapsy. See him work his way through the multi-class traffic. That's going to be, I believe, Alexander Bueller. That he has just gotten around, now working around Brooks Clayton. And I think it's such an art to work around multi-class traffic. It's been, it's always something you talk about, passing multi-class traffic safely, especially as the faster class, like we're riding along board with Charlie here. A huge part of that is knowing when to pass, when to be patient, and when to kind of, work with the cars around you to make these passes happen easily. As we watch this battle, we're going to see from onboard as we get around the battle for P10 in class, which has also gone too wide. We see a little bit of runoff there as those two are now drag racing down the start-finish line behind the leader of the race. Cohen Garrett's almost losing control of that car. Thankfully has catches it, but he's going to end up going too wide with Zachary Leibold in that Sim Racing Grid Palladium machine. He's going to hold on to that position for the time being. Michael Rapsey, as well as a couple others in the GT3 category, mark the second pit stops window opening for these drivers. Oh, and that's going to be a snap of oversteer as Zachary Leibold makes huge contact with the barrier there. Just too much rotation, tries to catch it, applies the brakes, and then crashes, gets that car going again, missing our rotation there. I think I've talked about it briefly. I'll talk about it a little more seriously as we get into the second pit cycle here. Yellow flags available if we get enough incident points. Given the nature of this track, 1Xs are pretty hard to come by if you're staying within the racing line consistently. And given how far spread a lot of our solo incidents seem to have been, because it's been a lot of solo incidents, not a whole ton of huge contacts between drivers. So we'll see. I don't think we've gotten enough in a single window of incident points to quantify as needing a yellow flag. There's that snap oversteer, and the brakes applying were the kind of last thing it needed to make it fully lose control as a result. All right, 2 hours and 40 minutes done. 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. I think we now have, joining me in the booth, it's going to be Ron Mons.
Hello, hello. Hello, Mr.
right.
Fenn. I hope this is probably the first time in the other time that we've done some broadcasts where the sound of my voice is a relief, but
not the first, but definitely welcome on today, given the nature of this race. It's been a busy hour and 40 minutes up until this point, with 20 minutes left to go, and you're coming in right at the perfect time. GT3 pit stops, the second of the night, working their way in, as well as a couple of GT4s that have had incidents. So, welcome to the broadcast booth. I know this is not your first one of the day, but I appreciate you joining me.
yeah, we're gonna have a lot of fun over the next few minutes here as I fill in for the booth. But now got the pit stops rolling right now here in this race. It's been a fun day already here on Green Flag TV, just off the back of the VSCA action that just saw the checkered flag a few moments ago at VIR. But this racetrack, definitely a different test for these drivers to try and contend here at Mugello. Right now, the pit stops going on. Everybody looking to settle down, settle into their comfort zones. But the pit stops are just a different kind of mental test for these competitors, for these racers. And I'm sure they're probably delighted to be able to take their hands off the steering wheel, but they still have to worry about the other mental dilemma that gets brought up every single time the strategy gets brought into the fold.
It's such a big part of endurance racing in general, is managing the pit stops, figuring out how you want to kind of maximize a fuel efficiency, your fuel metrics, to make sure that you have the best opportunity throughout the final, as well as all of the pit stops, to end up on top, in addition to your single lap pace, as well as the pace over the course of the endurance race. In this case, 4 hours. It's one you manage. I think anything that has a pit stop is one where you worry about that pit cycle, that pit strategy. So I get these feeling that these drivers, a lot of them are solo driving these 4 hours as well. So a brief respite for them, not a ton, but we'll see as well as they keep on going on how that develops. But I get the feeling it's going to be a fun one up until the end. I also have had a busy time, and I think it's going to be really interesting to see how these final pit stops happen in a couple hours time at this point. For these drivers, and see how that shakes up the final sprint to the finish.
Yeah, so still a decent amount of this race left. I mean, 2 hours and 18 minutes. Lots of time left for things to maybe go well for some, maybe go awry for others. But now you got to switch the mind. You got to switch off the mental processes that goes on for these drivers. Think about, okay, now that we're getting close to that halfway mark, I got to change my attention, just change the way that I go about this, and try and be able to keep my nose on that grindstone. Staying with it is always something that I like to talk about, kind of the mental side of things here for these drivers, the driver psychology, because there aren't a lot of sports where you can still perform when you're not feeling your best. I would say racing is about as far removed from that as you can be. If you're not thinking well, you're just not going to be able to perform well either. But these drivers have been practicing. They've been able to put the good laps in, and staying with it here at this stunner of a racetrack here at Mugello, of course, the site of an F1 Grand Prix back in 2020, and a site of motorcycle racing for many, many years beforehand, and probably many more years to come. A track that I think still does not get the kind of love that it deserves in the global motorsport scene. If WEC raced here every single year, I think that would be absolutely thrilling.
I think it'd be another great staple to a WEC calendar, or we see more longer form racing of the either GT or any kind of variety that we can. I think would make for fantastic racing action. Speaking of racing action, while this is not going to be for over immediate in-class position, a couple of battles we have forming. The one we just saw with Joshua DeLange as well as Kyle Mondell, the Sim Racing Grid Phosphor, alongside Equipment Geek Racing. But Equipment Geek Racing, Kyle Mondell starts to come into pit. Alexander Bueller from Hugh Jass Blue still looking to increase his overall GT4 standings, right behind fellow competitor and someone I think he's raced around a good while, Brooks Clayton. Those two drivers familiar with each other from Beer League amongst other places, and the ability to kind of get back onto the action after just being on the same track in the Porsche Cup cars a few days ago, I think would be a fantastic time, and always good to see, I think, friendly faces that from one league to transfer over into another is, I think, just a great part of the league world of iRacing in general, in addition to these leagues specifically.
Yeah, of course, you can catch the Beer League here every single Wednesday night here on Green Flag TV. But you love seeing those names kind of continue on. I know from just, our side as broadcasters, it's nice to see those consistent names show up from one series to another, even if it's running entirely different cars. I've seen drivers who are more so campaigners of a Formula V do very well in a Toyota GR86, for example. Sometimes it's sports car drivers doing well in Formula cars. Other times it's just drivers who are able to master pretty much any single thing that you put themselves into. But these GT4s, a unique test in the Mustang, the newest GT4 car here onto the iRacing platform, and two of them right nose to tail. Current leaders in GT4, and my second favorite esports team name, that being Thunk Esports Motorsports Sim Sports Racing powered by Beer, the sister team of your current last place runners in class, the Thunk Esports Motorsports Sim Sports Racing powered by Satan. Last time I got to cover this series in the season opener at Spa, we saw the Antichrist end up in the barrier. Has the Antichrist had any sort of trouble go down here? Have there been any exorcisms so far?
No exorcisms that I'm aware of. We've seen a couple of cars get unceremoniously pushed off the road, but none, I think, were being strictly pushed off by having that P4 sim racing team that with Matthew Dupuis currently at the helm. I don't think they have quite gotten an exorcism yet this race.
I guess, the power of Christ will compel some of the drivers part of that team and give them a 4X if any drama goes on out there. A little swapperoo there on camera with some cars jumping around. That wasn't for position in class, but it is still for track position, which here at Mugello, I think about Mugello. I do think about that F1 race. And I think about the tragedy of F1 racing here and some odd regulations that pretty much meant that you would feel dirty air if the track was on the other side of the racetrack entirely. Even in these GT3 cars that are a lot racier, the modern day Formula 1 machines, not having to use the batteries to give us a get of clean. Golly, is a 39 sliding off through the final turn right as I was talking about artificial leapfrog, jumping off into the gravel trap, sideways snap. I think that rear end was trying to leap around the front end.
Yeah, it certainly was. RPM Racing Purple, Vince Harbottle going to be at the lead of that, or at the helm of that car, currently working on maintaining overall position for the moment and keep ahead of the Innosis Esports Emix Gaming, George Correa, back in that machine, and having to work a little bit harder to keep that 6-second gap after a spin, but we'll have to work his way back up the order. Joshua DeLange going to be that car that he swapped with in that Sim Racing Grid Phosphor. I believe another one of our solo entries today. So Joshua DeLange will be in that machine from start to finish. I think that's one of the fun things about endurance racing, especially on like the medium format that we're here. I say medium format for me, anything between, you know, an hour and a half to 12 hours is that medium format where you can, short medium format where you can solo it. I guess 3 hours to 6 hours. You can solo it. It's just not fun after, I think, 4 hours is the upper limit of what I would solo in an endurance race.
You know, if I had to do a 4-hour-long race solo myself, I know for a fact that I would be sweating like a dog in a locked hot car in a parking lot that's been sectioned off because of a natural gas leak. I would not be having a good time. But these drivers, though, they can make it work. They're the sim racers that are always going to bring the heat and just do it for some fun as well. As we do take a look at a replay of a little bit of chicanery going on out there on the racetrack that was heading off through one of the first chicanes right at the start of the lap. It's the exit curbs. They're always brutal.
They always are. We've seen a few cars get cut out by it. It's really easy to do, especially on the cold tires, as these drivers work their way in or work their way back out of pit lane. You know, the likes of Ivory Balfour also getting caught out by that same curbing from her Prismatic Motorsports Minerva machine. So very easy to do, very hard to recover from if you're lucky enough to not hit one of the barriers. As both these drivers work their way back up and fight for position. John Morandini going to be fighting with Gene Rubos in that RPM Racing Black for P7 in class.
Yeah, it's a little fight still going on throughout this pack here. Fen, I want to ask you about your thoughts on this track, because
another one gets cut out.
That.
RPM Racing Black going to have to take a bit of a moment there to recover, much like we saw out of a few other cars here at the start of this stint. So easy to get a little too on the power too early. No real help from that car behind. John Morandini just trying to stay out of the way there. Big shunt to the front. Keeps the engine going the right direction. That suspension is not going to be happy, and he is missing that wing, which is going to make that super awkward as he's coming through RB Auto 1 and 2 here, because that car will not want to grip too much. Keeps it together, though, for the time being. You had a question for me, Ron Mons.
It was Prismatic also at a moment. I was going to ask you about your thoughts on this track, because there really is no place like it in the world of motorsports. No track that just has a consistent medium speed. There's the moment. Those tire bundles, there are some tire bundles now on iRacing that have a bit of a give. Here, though, not the case. They're still as rigid as ever, but this place is really unique. I've enjoyed it ever since I first got to drive around this place in Forza Motorsport 4, and I was so happy when it got brought out into iRacing.
I did as well. It's such a fun, it really lets you refine your ability to handle medium and high speed corners. Is one of my favorite parts of this track. Is almost all the corners are some format of, you know, medium, slow medium, fast, just generally fast corners. So it gives you plenty of opportunity, especially as we get, once again, kind of into the final. Like these open hairpins, we call them hairpins because they go 180 degrees, but they're so wide, and like if you just shorten how long they are, they would be easily considered, you know, an easy 90 degree, an easy, much wider corner, simply just because of how long they are. And so I think it's such a fun part of this. As we stay on board for the moment, stay on board, we are following along with RPM Racing. The leader of the class, Giacomo Micola, going to be back in the machine after he got it back from Charlie Lund Nielsen at the lead of this race. Still 20 seconds ahead of P2. P2 hard contested today. A few incidents here and there has seen that place change hands. And then Jonathan with the Enosis Esports SimDeck.app in third, still holding on that position through consistency and not getting into trouble. So it's such a fun course, but I think it'll be one these drivers are going to be happy to see the checkered flag of in about 2 hours and 10 minutes time.
Yeah, and I'm going to say something potentially controversial, even in the realm of tracks on iRacing that are a bit more kind of tuned to motorcycles. You think of this place, Navarra, Aragon, I think is probably one of the other bigger examples. This one is still one that I think holds up very well in cars. Now, the tracks like Aragon and Navarra, I've gotten to cover a couple of races there between Porsche GT3 machinery, a couple of touring car races. I believe I did cover a GT4 race there once, and also rather bewilderingly and out of left field, Spec Racer Fords. That track, driving around it is certainly unique. That I think is probably the more polite way that I could say it. It's similar verbiage to what teachers used to say when they called it different in school.
Certainly. I get the feeling as well. It's one of those tracks, much of those what we would call more motorcycle tracks or tracks that have been designed with MotoGP in mind, also are a lot more fun if you have a little bit of downforce to go with your car. Either a prototype or either that or a proper open wheeler, such as the Super Formulas or the Super Formula lights that we have on the iRacing service, I think really also lend to making these tracks, or like the motorcycle MotoGP oriented tracks, more fun. But I would agree with you. In traditional old school tin top machinery that has very little downforce, I think they are a little bit more of a bear. So we're taking a look here. The Palladium Motorsports, Sim Racing Grid Palladium has a wide off on the outside of the turn. And they have towed after this. That is because they were in the middle of repairs. That's right. This is a car that we saw go to pit lane with a meatball flag a few laps prior, and then has tried to work their way out. Didn't feel happy with how it's gone and have taken it back to pit road. Been there for a couple minutes. That means that tow should probably be done just about now. We'll see if they come back out yet again. I can't imagine though, Ron Mons, that you would have that anybody would say anything incredibly mean to you, but maybe I'm misunderstanding that.
See, they tried to let me down as well as and politely as they could. Me in school, I was pretty much the Antichrist for the simple sake that I didn't really care too much about school, if I am being completely honest. The problem for me was if I had to write a 1,000-word essay about, I don't know, The Great Gatsby when I was in high school, it would be like pulling teeth. On the inverse of that, if you give me a topic about racing that I can write about, I wrote a 6,000-word document talking about the final ever Penske IndyCar chassis, the Penske PC27. So,
nice.
A car that not a lot of people talking about as being rather influential in terms of the way that racing goes on, and still a little bit ahead of its time. Some of the technology used there has not really been used since, some for not very understandable reasons in reference to the trick suspension it had. Others for good reason in the reverse cone-shaped gearbox that they had that broke down more often than I did back in high school, come to think of it.
I'd have to imagine that was quite frequent then, based on the stories you've told in the past. Unlike the reverse gearbox there, these two cars have not broken down, but one had a black flag earlier. Both drivers still now within a couple tenths of each other as George Correa works his way around, uses that GT4 traffic to leverage the pass. You said RPM Racing purple machine in front. Vince Harbottle going to be sliding in behind these two drivers. I get the feeling we're going to see them go defensive into that first braking zone of turn number one. Such a fun opportunity. Let's see if there's an over-under out of that RPM Racing purple. Not one that sticks.
And not going to work out as the Thunk Esports Motorsports Sim Sports Racing powered by Satan car has pulled back down pit lane. I have to do that every single time as it's getting really dicey out there. It's like rush hour traffic heading all through the turn number 4 and 5 section. It's the braking zones that are probably the biggest source of worry for all drivers involved. The GT4s worried about the GT3s approaching their sight like an Exocet missile. And the GT3 is worried about a GT4 that basically feels like a rolling roadblock directly in front.
Yeah, all those drivers thankfully seem to have gotten through for the time being. Well, yeah, it's always such a busy time, especially I think it's one of the downsides of some multi-class traffic at Mugello, at these nice winding circuits, is that there's really, when you have tin top machinery with not a lot of downforce, there's one good racing line. And as soon as you go off that, you're losing time in one way or another. And so you end up having a lot of cars trying to vie for the same small band of strip on an otherwise wide circuit. I think it often makes for some very busy moments like we're seeing here.
Driver still pulling into the pits. Prismatic Motorsports Minerva, the latest team to come down pit lane, that number 28 car. A team that we see run in this series, along with many others in the endurance world, that all-female driver group, very fast in the other races that they participate in, looking to keep some good momentum rolling in that GT3 AM category right now. Currently slotted in 8th, looking to make their way up the field a little bit more. We jump to a battle, though, right now. This for 3rd at the moment in class at Gnosis Esports Emix Gaming, right in front of the RPM Racing purple number 39 car. Vince Harbottle behind the wheel of that car right now as they head their way off in through the opening chicanes of the lap. Delighted that these are the only chicanes around this place. They haven't tacked on any more on the back half of the circuit, even though there are more on the back half of the circuit. Now off through the downhill section. This is when the speeds start to grow and the gap may start to grow as well. That is a pretty big hole that a GT3 car punches in the air. So following a driver heading off through here, I wouldn't say it's like trying to pick up antimatter with chopsticks, but it is kind of like playing a game of Jenga with oven mitts on. It's not a good prospect either way, but it is possible if you believe.
It can be done. It's often an interesting one when it works out in your favor. A lot of times, though, in the medium speed, when you lose the downforce, you have to be careful that you don't overspeed the car and then lose control of it. Unlike here on this drag race down the start-finish line, where Oliver Galbraith got to hold on to that inside line in that 555 Racing. And LCT Racing just behind, going to try to see if they can't find their own way through. See both of these drivers at the start lead their classes at one point or another, as well as Oliver Galbraith lead the race in general. That was before being flagged for a jump start. Do you have a preferred fuel strategy in sim racing, in the endurance category? If you do an endurance race of a variety, are you one that tries to save fuel, get an extra lap in here and there, or are you one that just kind of runs it till it's empty and refills it as needed?
So, you know, this is kind of tough for me to answer, considering I'm more used to endurance racing just as an announcer instead of a driver. But I know from at least what I would do if I were behind the wheel, I would always want to have just a little bit left in the tank so I have the freedom to kind of stretch my legs and do whatever I want. Whenever I've considered good endurance racing strategies, I always advocate this on the broadcast that I'm doing. Save a little bit of fuel, have that wiggle room, because it's better to have some extra wiggle room instead of having none at all. Because if you need it a little bit later on, that's really going to sting. If you say, okay, I took it a little bit careful, maybe left a bit out there on the racetrack, but I would rather be safe than sorry in a situation like this. Do a bit of fuel saving. It can help you out a lot. I know one of the recent broadcasts that I did was a 2-hour-long Porsche GT3 race for the Porsche Club of America. And I talked a lot about that race and drivers maybe trying to do a bit more fuel saving than usual. Of course, it was a 2-hour-long race, which was double the length of the races usually. So threw in a different wrench into the works there. But I always would be one that would want to save fuel. Let the driving speak for yourself. You can do good fuel saving here, even though there's not a lot of hard, heavy braking zones. There's enough turns that he can lift and coast through and still maintain a solid level of speed. That I think the fuel saving is a fantastic strategy to try and pull off here.
I would have to agree with you. I get the feeling a couple of these drivers probably not worried about their fuel saving right at the second, as they are just trying to keep these cars going the right direction, as that Equipment Geek Racing still driven by, being driven now by Brian Fratiane, one of the three. Are gonna be just holding off against Julian Demers. I think we'll leave you with them for the brief moment. We gotta have a ad video at the top of the hour, so we'll be back in just a moment. We're going to take a quick break, take a step back, get some more water, and we'll be back to show you the bottom half. The last 2 hours of this race are coming at you here in just a moment. Stick with us.
He's here teaching all his secrets to all these drivers. This is Almeida Racing Academy,
where every champion has a starting line.
The sim racer turned real world superstar, Suelio Almeida.
It's Connor Bell racing in his own backyard for the very first time in the NASCAR Canada Series.
The workshops helped out so much. Something about battling with somebody faster than you, it just pushes you that little bit further, and I was able to just keep developing my skill.
I can kind of commit more with the exit there. That was good. If you do take sim racing seriously, it does impact your racing technique for the rest of your life.
I know how the car is going to perform around these corners because the model I have in the sim. Just the benefit of sim racing when you go into real life, I don't think people quite realize it yet.
You have infinite track time is the biggest factor. You are able to try so many things, and the physics that are simulated in the sim nowadays, especially iRacing, are so close to real life.
Creating champions.
Suelio Almeida is a master at his craft. He's outclassed a Le Mans driver, a European Le Mans Series racer.
These guys are among the top 0.02% in the world.
Designed to create champions.
First NASCAR Canada start. First NASCAR victory for Connor Bell.
Connor Bell standing on the podium here today.
This is the Almeida Racing Academy 3.0.
Wait a race, buddy, wait a race.
All right, and we are back once again with the leader of the GT3 Pro category. I'm Fennicini. Joining me for the second to last hour is going to be Cade Corbin. We've had Ron Mons in here for a little while as well, but we are going to play a little bit of color commentator roulette. Cade, thank you for joining me in the booth. How has your afternoon been up until now? Are you excited about the racing action here that we're still seeing as the leaders here work their way through lap traffic?
Yeah, Mugello's a pretty exciting track. I've called a couple of races here before. I've been able to turn some laps, and right here we have a side-by-side battle pretty deep into this race. These two GT3s are on top of each other. This is in that AM category, but yeah, Mugello is just such a fun track. I know you guys have talked about it recently, the way that the track flows. It has a couple of high-speed corners, a couple of low-speed corners. For the most part, it's you're just on the edge for the entire lap, right? And it really makes it challenging for the driver, and it makes for good racing. You know, you can't just chuck it down to the inside and then drive away from somebody. You got to work lap after lap after lap, which is what we're going to see out of these three cars here. They're going to be on top of each other for, I would imagine, quite some time. They've also got some lap traffic to get through. That is one of the Mustang GT4 cars who's going to hang up on that inside lane there. And it's I don't know. It's a good track, so it's going to be fun. Hopefully we have a good race here for these final 2 hours, and I'm excited to see how it all shakes out.
I am as well. You talk about these cars all being on top of each other for a while. We've seen them trade blows, I think, for the first couple hours. No change here as well, as we see Julian Demers hold on for second at the moment, just ahead of LCT Racing and the likes of Peggy Agassi, Motorsport Bravo, and last but certainly not least, 555 Racing. All four of these drivers in the same class, working around the lapped traffic. That is going to be Lucien Gabrowski in that German simracing.de machine, after having an incident there, as well as a penalty for them in addition, as the leader of GT4 is going to be coming in pit cycle. Yeah, and this should be the beginning. We saw them come in early on the as well. The rest of these drivers all working their way in. A lot of the pit cycle done pretty recently for these drivers, last couple of laps, and I believe, actually, sorry, not early, opposite, late. That's the word I'm looking for. Ron Wolf came in late at the end of the GT4 AM stops to begin with. A couple of drive-throughs also being served amongst those drivers as well. One for the Equipment Geek Racing, the other for German Sim Racing DE. As this four-way battle, I don't think is going to go anywhere. When you're in these sort of battles, I would say, for position, do you like being at the head of them, or do you like being at the tail of them and waiting for, as you're working your way through, when it comes to the middle point of this race and you have still, like we do here, about an hour and 50 minutes left to go, where do you want to be in this train of cars working your way around the circuit?
I think you don't want to necessarily be the first car. You spend so much time looking in your mirror, playing defense. You can lose a lot of time if you're not really focused forward. And what I'm seeing out of that 80 car is they're doing a really good job of not blocking too much, right? He's not playing too much defense to sacrifice too much time. He's been able to hold on to the position without getting caught up in the mirror, so that's good, but easy to fall in that trap. So I would want to be second or third. I would want to be looking forward, watching the guy ahead of me and getting some of that toe down the straightaways, as that 80 car is going to get very loose on the exit of the final corner. That is Vanderlinden in that Aston Martin, and he is going to lose 2, potentially 3 spots from that, as the 55 car is right behind him. It's turned into a 4-car battle now, and that's exactly the reason why I wouldn't want to be in the front of this train, right? You get a little too throttle happy because you're worried about the cars behind you, and all of a sudden he finds himself the meat in the sandwich here. We're going to get a replay of what happened. This is kind of that real quirky last turn. It's almost a double apex. It's just so easy to slide off towards that dirt, and luckily he keeps it on track, but he's back now to 4th in that class.
Yeah, back down to the 4th, 3rd out of these 4 cars that we see. We're going to ride on board with him. Has the look, fakes the inside there, backs on out because he knows he doesn't have the overlap there to make that happen. We've seen a few moments here.
This curve out of the 25
is going to see Thomas van der Bosch in that Pegasi Motorsport Bravo slide back into 3rd and kind of allow. This is going to be how they change hands, I think, over the next few laps, as Oliver Galbraith going to join them in the brief sojourn off track that all 3 of them have done at this point. Julian Demers at the head of this, kind of pretty happy now the driver to kind of beat of these four, but multi-class traffic of, I believe, what is going to be the leader in class, or excuse me, not the leader, the teammate that looks a lot like the leader in class has to work through for GT4 AM. And these four cars, I think, sticking with each other, it's such a fun set of, at least having cars around you to battle, I think, is always the part you want to be in. Kind of being on your own, it does allow you to refine your line and just worry about lap times, but it doesn't also give you anything to push for or things to worry about, making sure you're on the top edge of what you can do outside of, you don't try to look for that extra 10th as much as you do try to find a match that previous 10th when you're on your own. That's how I've often seen that. These four cars, I think, the closest battle on track at the moment. Do you have a preferred GT3?
I was a Corvette guy for quite a while. I like the Corvette. They made some updates to it. Some of it got better, some of it got worse. And so for the Daytona 24 and the Sebring 12 this year, I switched on over to the McLaren. And I said, I kind of like that. So I took it to Long Beach this past weekend. iRacing's been having some officials out there. And I had a blast. So I think I'm definitely a mid-engine car kind of guy. I think those just are a little bit easier to handle. Is a very, very fake there from the 80 car. Got him looking in the mirror. I think I'm a mid-engine car kind of guy. I don't really like the front-engine cars. But yeah, the McLaren has been serving me pretty well recently. I think if it doesn't get BOP'd into the ground too hard, it can put up some good lap time. So yeah, I don't know if it's better than the Corvette for me quite yet, but definitely those are my top two.
I would say mid-engine cars are some of my favorites. I will say meet you in the middle. As Van den Bosch going to have a brief moment there. He's going to end up sliding behind Oliver Galbraith as a result of that off track. Saw something similar out of him the previous lap. I wonder if that's a mistake he's still learning to correct this time by as well. As we focus on these two drivers just ahead of that battle as they continue to be 3/10 apart from each other. And I'm kind of in the weird, I like the Mercedes AMG, which is not quite a mid-engine car, as there is a car reappearing. That's going to be Shane Cameron, who was missing for a while, and that's how I think nobody realized he was there. What happened? I'm trying to figure out how that, unrelated.
This
set
is
of
a
spins.
different spin. Yeah.
And that's going to be...
That was Jordan Thomas, yeah.
Yeah, Jordan Thomas, who's currently is in P3, excuse me, behind the NGC by Margam Daurada, the sister team to the leaders in GT4 Pro, which have Federico Faria, still in the lead of that class as well. Whoa, 20-second stop and go penalty for... Yeah, taking a look back at this incident, reappears in a very weird spot. It doesn't feel like it quite matches with how long he is missing. I'm trying to figure out if that was just a weird hiccup in the simulator side of things. But as a result of him slowing down, he ended up getting impacted by the lead car of that one as well. Yeah. P2 overall, not for class. This is going to be the sim racing grid Phosphor, just having an insanely consistent and penalty-free race. Sees him fighting with the likes of Jonathan Gautzitz, excuse me. Gosh, English. For that position as well. Talked about it once, want to touch on it again. 20-second stop and go penalty for the number 80. Tony van der Linden still at the head of that LCT racing machine for avoidable contact. And this has been the second one as well, which is why it's a 20-second stop and hold instead of a drive-through penalty.
So that is going to take him out of that battle. It's one of those four cars that we talked about that was kind of in a blanket. That's going to take that group and reduce it down to 3. They've also gotten a little bit more separated. And this is the reason why that car is going to have to serve a drive-through. Takes a look to the inside. That is the 55 of Galbraith, and just essentially moves him out of the way. Decided he wanted some room at the apex and tried to take more than he was given.
Yeah, certainly that way. We also saw something similar happen to Lorenz de Vlieger, who was battling for overall positions with that number 80 earlier in the race at that same corner. So Not surprised in some regard that that is the outcome of a similar incident to what we saw earlier in this race. Top 3 in each class, still similar to how they were a little while ago before the break, with Jaco Mikola going to be leading that one. Joshua DeLange still trying to find a spot, see if he can improve into second there overall. First in the class by a healthy margin as well.
Gonna try to look to the inside, was able to get to the corner, and I think the 90 might have just given it to him, said, you know what, you are not a position in my class, you can go right ahead and tow me down these straightaways. That car behind them is not for position, so something that he does not have to worry about. That 90 car of Jonathan Goditz is going to move back to third overall, but still second in class, and more importantly, he's second in class with a clean race car.
Yeah, second in class with a clean race car and a 10-second gap to P3, his sister car of the Enosis Esports team. The SimDeck app in second, the Emix Gaming going to be in third there, 10 seconds behind. That is a lapped car. It's going to be, I believe, the RPM Racing Black Gene Rubos going to be at the helm of that machine at the tail end of this 3-car train. So has to make up still a lap and some change for that battle there.
That Mercedes going to look to the inside once again. That is not for position, so that car is going to back out of it. I believe that is Alexander Egger for the Almeida team Delta, who is right now 1 lap down to the class leader. So this may be him trying to get his... Oh no, that is not the 31. I apologize.
Yeah, that's the 21. That is the 21. The 31 of Alexander Egger.
That's the 21. All right. I thought the 3 was the 2 or the 2 was the 3. I don't know.
That's Gene Rubis.
That's the cars right there, though. Wow.
It certainly is, because you have the Almeida Academy GT4 entry that is going to be currently sitting in 4th. The Almeida Racing Academy with Suelo Almeida in the car right now, the namesake of the series as well as the teams, as this season of FTR events has been sponsored by the Almeida Racing Academy. This was Almeida going to be at the helm there. Another successful season of real-life racing well underway for him, in addition to his efforts here today, and with the Academy as a whole, which I think has been producing some very fun and successful results from what I've seen, very tangentially. So it's very cool to see him out on track with us and get an opportunity there to get some more racing in and get into a GT4 for a little while, at least in the simulator side of things.
Showing right now, you can see 8 seconds back of the next car in class trying to get on the podium in that GT4 category. We just saw the 80 car dip down pit road. That was Tony Vanderlinden coming in to serve that 20-second stop and hold penalty. Waited quite a bit to come down and get that penalty taken care of, but now they're on pit road, and that is going to drop the LCT racing team likely out of the top 5 in the GT3M category. So they've been working hard for a few hours, and unfortunately they have given up a lot of track position to come down and serve that penalty after the contact.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a heartbreaker for the number 80 car today. A couple of incidents earlier on has seen them drop out of what was a leading car position at one point. Very similar to what we saw for the likes of Oliver Gabraith and that Sim Race 555 racing machine. That battle we saw for P2 now pretty well split apart for the moment, but only a second, and we see some multi-class traffic working its way through here as well. As the Project Sync racing team, Arabica is going to be working his way back up the order after that stop, a 2-minute penalty or 2-minute stop there. I'm trying to figure out what exactly happened with that machine. It didn't look like a stop and go penalty that he had to serve. There was a drive-through earlier for that team. I wonder if there wasn't a issue somewhere in the pit cycle. But these two drivers going to swap positions, neither fighting for in-class position.
It got a little bit sketchy there. You saw the GT3 AM car get off and dip a couple of tires in the dirt. Something that, we can keep an eye on there is how that dirt gets transitioned onto the track. As more and more drivers use that runoff right, it'll take those particles and it'll move them over onto the racing surface, and it makes it super slick. It makes it super easy to pick up a little bit of debris on your tires and spin that car out. So I would imagine that as we get down to the final hour of this race, this is something that's pretty common at Mugello. It happens, is that kitty litter, that dirt that's way off there just past the curbing, it'll slowly get moved onto the track, and it'll build up a little bit more, and at the very end of the race, when you're trying to push and maybe make up an extra position or two, really easy to get those tires dirty and have a spin. So that's something that we're going to be watching. The more cars that push it a little bit past the limit and touch some of that dirt are just going to make the track even more challenging. It's already a very technical circuit, but when there is some dirt on there, it gets even harder.
That it certainly does. I think it's going to make for a busy last hour as well. Speaking of last hour, and once we get beyond that last hour, other racing that we have coming at you here on Green Flag TV this week coming up. We have the SRA going to Rockingham Speedway later on this evening, shortly after this. And then tomorrow we have both the Blazing Pedals as well as Motor City Racing. One of those is going to be at Phoenix Raceway. That's going to be Blazing Pedals, alongside Motor City Racing going to Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, which I think will be a fantastic IMSA-style broadcast for those that are enjoying of the road racing variety. Belgian Sim Federation is going to kick off our next week on Monday at 2 p.m. at Montreal. It's going to be the Formula 4, F4 series for that Belgian Sim Racing Federation. Collegiate iRacing League, UNOH College Cup Series going out to Homestead Miami Speedway that evening of Monday night. Tuesday, we'll be back for Aspire Racing at Long Beach Street Circuit, as these two drivers are getting close to each other. I'm getting a little bit tense in this booth trying to round out the upcoming broadcast. Mid-Atlantic Racing Series rounds out our Tuesday evening broadcast, with them going out to Nashville Super Speedway before we head off to the likes of Beer League as well as Collegiate iRacing League's Sports Car Series, rounding out their championship next week as well. So a busy bit of racing action, all varieties that you could possibly, I think, have some form or another out there, except for maybe some dirt road, which I think we could always use more of on the iRacing service, but that's because I'm a rally fan, and I always love those. So
a lot of good broadcasts coming up. That UNOH College Cup race, that is a finale for the championship. Also, the PSR Truck Series, the Outlet Motorsports Truck Series, they're going to have their finale on Wednesday night. That is going to be at Pocono, and that's going to be a great race as well. So plenty of championship races coming up. This is kind of the end of, I think, the beginning season before the summer leagues kind of kick off. So we're going to have some good championship battles that are going on here on Green Flag TV. This battle that we're looking at right now, we're taking a look at the 31 car of Alexander Ager, as he had a chance for a position on that 99 machine right now being driven. That is the Project Synced Racing team. They were pretty close together, but they got separated, put a little bit of distance between them. But the way that this multi-class racing works, it wouldn't surprise me if they do come back together here in the long run. Is a little bit of a sketchy moment there with one of the GT4M cars, and way off into the dirt. That is the 144 machine for NGC, that car driven by Federico Ferraya. Able to keep it straight, but very sketchy moment there with some of the GT3 cars.
Yeah, such a sketchy zone, such high commitment from both machines. So the ability to try to make passes or have passes made, always a difficult one, much like we're seeing out of the lap traffic, trying to get around Alexander Edger. Or Eager, one of the two. Have to double check my math there, or the English of that language. But the ability to work through multi-class traffic is such a huge part of endurance racing in general. You're going to see a whole host of cars behind this race leader of GT3 cars trying to work through traffic, none of which are on the same lap. So they're all just trying to get through and keep on keeping on. As the likes you saw there, the German simracing.de machine going to be the lead of those GT3s working their way around. You also have the Equipment Geek Racing, and then lastly the RPM Racing Purple, trying to get around the leader, and a slide out of that Equipment Geek Racing is going to make sure that bit also still continues to be a battle, especially as right behind this machine, Tony van der Linden going to be closing down the gap, getting around the Grid and Go GT4 that's currently in third in the GT4 Pro category. So plenty of action still happening on track. You have the leaders of multiple classes working on here. Here's that spin, Equipment Geek Racing. just the slowest self spin. So easy to do, especially with these front engine cars if you get a little bit too far into the throttle before you've gotten the rotation complete.
That is Brian Frotillon there. That's Brian Frotillon for the Equipment Geek Racing car, able to hang on to 5th in class at the moment. But yeah, I think he kind of entered a little bit higher than he was anticipating to, as one of the GT4s goes off track. That was a really sketchy moment. 936 machine. That is John Kasparek. Sorry, that John Kasparek down into pit road. This Mustang here was the class leader for GT4M.
Yes.
But yeah, just looked like the GT3 that went off track there. Just entered the corner a little bit too high, caught him by surprise, tried to turn the wheel a little more, I'd imagine, to get some more rotation. And like you said, before the car was settled, it just took off, as those front engine cars tend to do.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's certainly possible. But the fun thing about, I think, the front engine car is really easy to catch because of the weight being on those front 2 wheels. It's a lot harder when you're in the Porsche or the rear engine machinery. Not that there's a lot more than the Porsche in the GT categories, but in the mid engines as well, it's a little bit less difficult, or more difficult, less easy to catch those drivers. First early pit stops getting done in the GT3 AM category. We'll probably see the rest of those drivers come in as we are about an hour and a half away. It means that we have the opportunity here for 2 more pit stops is going to be my guess. 1 now and then a bit of a splash at the end. I'm not sure we'll see many people take tires on that final stint, because you can usually run about an hour and some change on a set of GT3 tires, at least with the current tire model.
And one of those cars that we saw come in was that GT3 class leader, but they had such a big lead. They came in, took tires, took fuel, and then came out of the pits, and they are still holding. It'll be about a 30-second lead by the time they complete that warm-up lap. It takes quite a bit to get these tires up to temperature. I'm sure y'all have talked about that earlier in the show. These tires do not behave very well as soon as you come out of the pits with fresh tires, but that 15 car there for Sim Racing Grid Phosphor, they probably only have 1 more pit stop. Most of the rest of the category has 2. As you can see, they're going to be knocking that pit stop out right now. The number 55 is on pit road. A couple of other cars towards the tail end of the GT3M lead lap were in last lap, so they are going to have 1 more pit stop to go as well. But yeah, it's been a great drive from that 15 car, as we are riding along with the 137 in GT4 category right now, being driven by Alex Kofard. Just a couple of laps, actually just a couple of tenths out of the lead for the class. This GT4 Pro category has closed up. This is also for GT4, kind of an overall little bit of not a huge battle there, but to be the best of the GT4s in the race, it is this car versus the car just ahead, the 144, right now being driven by Federico Ferraya.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of that chaos a couple laps ago allow this battle to really get back into it. Alex Kofard also setting pretty consistently quicker laps than Federico Faria. That NGC machine working through a little bit of lap traffic as well, trying to avoid having to work through a little bit of lap traffic. That's going to be Alyssa Merrill in one of the sister Hugh Jass machines in GT4 Pro, just ahead of that GT3 that splits the difference, the 555 racing there. And that's going to be a great exit for Alex Kofard. I think it's going to make for a bit of a busy time coming into the second chicane, especially as we get into Casanova in that fast middle sector, which is this right-hander coming up just beyond these two. It's going to be, I think, very interesting as they get into the second sector, especially with how conservative Alex Kofard is taking it, really being patient to make sure that he doesn't get involved in an incident as he sees how much Federico is pushing just up the road.
And Kofard has done a really good job of not overdriving on corner entry. Like you said, he's being patient, but he's also making sure that he maintains momentum on exit here. He's going to back these corner up a little bit. You see, he actually brakes sooner than the 144, but it allows him to get rotated, hit the apex later, and get back on the throttle. He's also done a better job of hitting those yellow curbs the right way. This lap alone, he's gained about 0.4 of a second, which has put him right on the bumper of the 144. I don't think it's going to be very long before we see him get in position to make a move for the spot, as here comes a GT3. That was a really sketchy moment. There's another one. Jump scare. That is the 25 of Verstraeten. Another one coming through here. Those cars, I believe, At least a couple of them are battling for position. And now there's contact, and around goes one of the GT3s. That was the Mustang that jump scared us.
Yeah, that's going to be the Mustang that jump scared us. Lucas Schmitz at the helm of that Sim Racing Grid Academy Bravo. And it's going to break up a battle that he was having with Dan Maddox. We're going to take a look at the replay here. You see that impact there. Just not enough room for both those cars to keep going where they were going. You see a bit of frustration out of, I think, Alex Covert amongst all that, because that battle was coming to a head prior to the multi-class traffic really spreading it out. Now he's at the tail end of that whole train of cars. Alyssa Merrill going to be caught by the leaders in GT4 Pro as well.
He's going to try to follow him through, though. The hole was open on the bottom, and he's going to make it work. He's clear. Through to the lead is Coffered. He's going to let his teammate by as well.
Oh,
I got it. No,
Faria,
I got the huge ass cars mixed up. Man.
You did, but Faria is going to have to deal with multi-class traffic of the likes of, I believe that's going to be Carson Catlin back in the helm of that Thonk Sim Sports Esports Motorsports powered by Satan. In the realm of that one, and multi-class traffic, that spun Lucas Schmitz, going to work his way back around a second time. And these two cars now back into it, but that ability of Alyssa Merrill allowing both those cars to work their way through has really closed this gap down once again. Alex Covert, I think, a little bit warmed up now in terms of frustration. And we'll have to see he doesn't let it get to the better of him. Usually quite calm and collected in the leagues that we've seen him in the past. And every time I've had the pleasure of interacting with him in the beer league, he's often a very smooth and well-spoken individual, so I can't imagine that will largely change. Big shake there out of that machine, though. Really trying to get the power down to keep this battle close between the two as they come around to the final corner once again. You practice those thonk names. I had to practice those thonk names because I knew at some point they were going to be asked of me to do it fully verbatim. Checking in on chat there for a moment there. Sorry, kid.
That's okay. All of these cars look the same. Huge run, though, by Coffer. He's going to look to the inside, get the side draft, and he's going to pull to the outside to try to make the move work into turn one. You can kind of get side by side through this corner. We'll see if Coffer lets him go. They are still side by side. And on corner exits.
Yep.
The 144 car is going to maintain the lead. Faria has it.
Not quite.
Coffer coming back strong on the outside. He's going to have the preferred groove into the next corner, and I think he's going to get clear. Yes, great run out of the corner, and he's clear.
Okay,
we'll see
so
if Faria has anything for him.
I will have to see. I also like to let you all know the leader of the race in GT3 Pro has crashed and towed to pit lane.
No.
So after just losing it on his own in Arabiata 2. And so that is also there. We also have this drag race in GT3 Pro between Matthias and Whitten, excuse me. Declan Marsden, that's mostly gotten resolved there. Lap traffic of Lawrence de Vlieger in between these two cars. Oh, that's definitely got to be rough for that GT3. You see right there. Oh. Ooh. Just nowhere to go for that machine. And then that back left suspension is what has cost him a meatball, forced him to come down pit road to get that serviced. So we'll see where he ends up after that 6 minutes at least repair for that machine.
That was Charlie Lund-Nilsson. They've come into pit. The 93 car had inherited the lead momentarily, but they have pit as well. So that has turned the overall and class lead over to the Sim Racing Grid Phantom number 14, driven by Ben Kaiser. He has a big lead on that 93 car that is just coming out of the pits. May have been a scheduled stop for the 93, so we'll see how that shakes out in the long run as the strategy kind of plays itself out. But yeah, huge development here. About an hour and a half to go in the race. And unfortunately, that Sim Racing Grid Phosphor team just not able to hang on. Excuse me, it was RPM Racing that had lost the lead there with that crash. The RPM Racing team had a great day and essentially comes to an end here late in the going.
excuse me, that was the outlap for Charlie, and that's how he ended up with that spin there. Cold tires. We jump back to the battle between Federico Faria in the NGC Rubis Gas and Alex Crawford for Hugh Jass Gold. Still about a little over a second for these two drivers, and the grid and go machine in the Porsche right behind these two, that's going to be a Porsche GT4 that has Justin Ream at the helm, is going to be catching them about half a second a lap. Both Alex Crawford and Justin Ream seem to be faster than Federico here in this closing stint. These drivers got about, I would say, 10 or so minutes before they come in to round out their final pit stops. I would say probably for the day is what they're going to be going for. And that maybe we see why a couple of these drivers are improving their lap times now as they've hit their fuel marker to make it to the end of this stint and not have to come in for another one. He's got to get around lap traffic of Alyssa Merrill before he can worry about fighting with the teammates, or the teammates of Alyssa Merrill, excuse me, of Alex Crawford and Federico Faria. But I think that'll be dependent on whether or not Alyssa Merrill wants to give Justin Rem any more grace than she gave her teammates.
And Merrill has some incentive here to play a little bit of defense. I don't really know how this plays etiquette wise. There she goes. She's going to let him by now, but had a little bit of an incentive to play some defense there. Clearly, this machine is faster than Federico Faria just in front, and so they don't want the 167 to make that pass and then go up and run down Alex Crawford there. So I think a little bit of defense is fair. You know, letting him have it into turn one is the smart thing to do, you know, the right thing to do. Unfortunately, Merrill is off of the lead lap compared to these cars, so let him go, let him fight. We're seeing now battle for second in the class. This is going to be Federico Faria, who has had a car all over his rear bumper for quite a while now, and now he has another one, and now they are side by side. It's the 167 trying to set that pass up. That's the grid and go machine. He's going to get the crossover, and he finds the preferred lane.
Yeah. Just going to be battling as well in GT3 AMs as John A. Teata and that 555 Racing finding a way through as Daniel Thornton's got to take the defensive line into the opening corner. That wide open hairpin. I'm going to see if that 555 machine goes for that over-under. You see it there. It's wonderfully done, but he has to keep the nose in. That inside line turns into an outside line, and Daniel Thornton just going to be able to capitalize on that racing line a little bit more and keeps that 555 machine of Teata just behind for now. But Daniel Thornton had a very slow lap this most recent time by, which is how you see these two into a fight with each other. Has the look.
A fake. Wow.
Almost looks like it got believed for a moment out of that Sim Racing Grid Silver McLaren just up the road. Whoa, and there's an off there for that Sim Racing Grid Silver. That's going to cost him a little bit of time. Going to force it too wide. Keeps the nose in, however. The bobble out of the 555 will make it a little bit more interesting. Whoa, all right. I think we might finally have this sorted here as the hairpin. We'll probably take that in the favor of the 555.
Yeah, something happened here while we were watching that battle. The 31 of Alexander Egger contact sends that car spinning. That is a GT3 Pro car.
Was that with Federico Faria? Or was that with the sister team? No, it was with Federico Faria. And that number, number 144, who's currently in third, now has a little bit more of a gap between himself and Justin Rem, who is slowly but surely chasing down Alex Crawford.
Going back to this battle here, this is for P9 overall, and they are
in class.
Yes, P2 for the GT3M category, P9 overall. I think that 55 John Tejada is a little bit faster. He was definitely more aggressive when he was trying to make the pass on the 18 car, but now that he's gotten ahead, I think he's going to be able to make some headway and open this gap up a little bit. Wants as big of a gap as he can before the pit stop, so that he doesn't have to worry about potentially getting undercut or overcut and losing that position on strategy. So a little bit of an incentive to push right now for that Aston Martin team, 555 Racing. Good job there. Second in the class, and right now putting some time on the rest of that field. Yep, another off track there.
Daniel Snortland making the same mistake twice in a row. I think he's going to see that gap open up more. As I think we have some more conversation in chat about the names of the teams on the race this evening. We got by the likes of P2 of GT4 AM amongst these as well. It's going to be Arturo Loreto and then NGC by Margam Darada for that sister team of the team that was leading a good portion of this race, now sits in third as they work their way down once more. Multi-class traffic behind, making for an interesting one. Pit stop in for the number 99. The Arabica machine looking to make the pit stop. I think it'll have to come back down again as this battle for the lead in GT4 Pro looking to slowly and surely work its way through. Last lap times 2/10 better for the Grid and Go machine over at Hugh Jasgold. Justin Rim just really finding lap time here and there. I think having a great multi-class traffic moment as well a couple laps prior with that half-second difference between those drivers. But more multi-class traffic looms in the background, as well as Justin Ream for Alex Crawford's mirrors. So I think it's going to be one. It's going to make for an interesting time here in a moment.
And that's something I always liked about driving these slower cars in the multi-class setting, right? The GT4s don't have as much power as the GT3s. You're going to see that GT3 go by pretty quickly. Same thing, right? If you're running an LMP2 or a GT3 against the GTP prototypes, you are a slower car, and it gives you a different kind of skill, right, of getting past cleanly. What we're going to see here is Koford is going to have to find a way to give the 31 a lane that doesn't impact him too much. You see right there, he lets the 31 take the inside and just tucks in right behind him, doesn't lose any time. He gives up the position, and now he doesn't have to worry about trying to keep that faster car behind him. That is something, in addition to having a little bit more pace, I think Justin Rem has done a little bit of a better job of letting those faster cars by. And that is what's allowed him to keep and then cut into this gap to the lead down to 1.3 seconds and closing. And yeah, I think that ability in traffic is helping him out.
You saw just the briefest moments of it kicking up grasp. Alex Crawford caught the inside line just beyond the green runoff that you're allowed to take. So he's got a slowdown penalty to slide off amongst all this, which will see this battle come to down to half a second between these two drivers here in the back half of this lap. So every opportunity there, I think, like you said, and I couldn't agree with it more, learning to both pass and be passed in multi-class traffic is a skill that you can definitely hone and develop, and knowing where to kind of, do a little bit of fuel saving by lifting to allow these drivers to work their way through is such an art form that I've seen, both really good drivers or drivers that are successful and consistent have mastered pretty well. And I think both these drivers have a very good edge on it. I think it is just the matter of some small refinement between the two as they come down the final couple tenths. Still a bit of an issue there. Pit entry speeding for the Hugh Jas White. Alex Clank now in that machine. Most of that driving been done by Talia Augustino up until this point. For the first half of the race. I wonder if that was a speeding penalty. It looks like it because I don't see anything on the stewarding board as these two drivers continue to sit about 2/10 of each other. Do you have a driver you favor of these two? Oh, multi-class traffic. Lawrence de Vlieger gonna make it a little bit more exciting.
I mean, I think Justin Rem has done a great job driving. When we first started looking at this battle, it was about a 2 or 3 second gap, and it's been driven down to just 2 or 3 car lengths. So I would have to say that Justin Rem, if he decides to push, he might be able to get this pass done. Otherwise, he may wait until a pit stop to try to make something happen in the pits. Not exactly sure what they want to do for that grid and go car, but at the moment, if he can just sit on the bumper and stay in the mirror of Alex Crawford, he might be able to force that car into a mistake, as he's going to give up a little bit of time letting that BMW by. But Crawford has to dip some tires off in the grass, opens up the door, and something is really wrong with the Crawford machine. He lost a good bit of time, and he's given up that position completely.
Arrabbiata 2 is such a hard corner. Like we said, talking about for a lot of this track, huge commitment. You're really on one good racing line, and otherwise you have to give up a lot of speed in order to stay on the track. As Alex Crawford had been given a bit of a lunge on by a GT3 that had passed them, the likes of the Sim Racing Grid Phantom machine. He had to open up that corner. In Arrabbiata 2, once you open up that corner, you're losing probably at least half a second in order to stay on the track, if not more. So that is how that gap, I think, opened back up. But multi-class traffic of GT4 cars going to be in front of these two. That's going to be the Project Synced Racing team, Excelsa, which currently has Kevin Tierens at the helm. And the race leader, Ben Kaiser, that Sim Racing Grid Phantom that we just talked about, is going to pit in to get, I think, the final pit stop done of the evening. It's going to be a splash and dash, I would have to imagine, for these drivers. When I say splash and dash, just a top up to get to the end. I think it's a little early for that.
Yeah, we've got 71 minutes to go in the race for a GT3. I would imagine your fuel window is somewhere in the ballpark of 50, 55, maybe 60 if you feel safe. So they're probably going to have a splash at the end of this race.
Yeah, that sounds.
I would imagine.
I would have to imagine, especially given that they're 80% fuel capacity for the GT3s that I'm aware of. That'll make it, like you said, I think very well in that 50 to 55 minute range that you were talking about at most.
We've also got the couple of other GT3s on track. It is pretty close for the GT3 lead. That pass happened. That was the 90 car of Ale Torres, who had taken what was at the time the second spot from the 93, being driven by Jorge Correa. But that, he's now opened that up to a 1.5 second gap, which has turned into the race lead, at least within the GT3 Pro category. They are actually all getting beat by that 15 car in the GT3 AM category, who is your overall leader at the moment.
Yeah, and he's got a huge gap between himself and the next GT3 AM category driver, and that is largely due just to not having incidents or issues or getting a black flag penalty for a issue. So I get the feeling, really showing this today, the consistency is everything in this race, and you can lead a race just by not having issues and to end up further down the order.
This battle has not gone away. This is the 55 and the 18. Right now the gap is just about a second, but these two cars haven't separated as much as I thought they were going to. That 55 machine of John Tejada just didn't quite drive away, I think, exactly as much as I thought he was going to. The way that he made that pass, I thought he was going to be a good bit quicker, but you can see a couple of laps ago he gave up 0.3 of a second back.
Yeah, and then another half a second on this lap as well. I get the feeling these two drivers are a testament to consistency over raw pace, and Daniel Snortland in that Sim Racing Grid Silver a lot faster. Multi-class traffic, I think, also helping these two drivers come back into a fight with each other. But I'm going to guess, given the patience that Daniel Snortland has, it's going to be a little bit longer, as he got held up just a moment ago. And is currently trying to work his way around Federico Faria, who's still in third in the GT4 Pro category, excuse me, and still holding on to a pretty sizable gap. I'd say sizable in the realm of GT4s, 7 seconds between Federico Faria and the likes of Suelio Almeida, who is just behind these drivers, just outside the podium, and trying to make up time there as well. Looking forward on the grid, I'm curious to see if this battle continues to be one of pace between each other. The GT3 Pro lead now within 0.7 of a second. Debating on if we see that continue to open up after that pass. George Correa a little bit slower most of the time, or if we see something crazy between these drivers as they continue to work through.
That 90 car has given up quite a bit of time. The gap was earlier 1.5 seconds, and now the 93 being driven by Jorge Correa has closed that gap down to just a few lengths. You see, this is the gap for the GT3 Pro lead. I'm
Bad
hearing traffic for the 90 car, yeah.
Yeah, a bit of traffic. I think also a slowdown penalty. I think I remember seeing next to that for Alejandro Torres. Is going to aid this fight to bring back into each other, but I'm sure the two Enosis teams are going to allow themselves to drive it out and figure solve these things on the racing circuit. So Almeida, as well as a bunch of GT4s and lap GT3s all ahead of them, should make for some interesting driving as well as they end up working their way around. So they're going to lean and allow both those drivers to continue their fight. Lap traffic now currently, I think,
Got
with
slowed up by the huge Jazz car. They're going to go 3 wide around the outside. The 93 of Korea trying to take the lead, but he's not going to get it. As for the moment, Torres holds on to it. The Enosis cars trying to make sure they don't take each other out in the process, battling for this lead.
Yeah, I'd have to imagine they both realized they both had a good run there, but like we talked about with Alex Crawford, that outside line of Arbiata 2 just not a good place to keep speed while working your way through the corner. That's how you see Alejandro there at the lead still of this pairing of cars as the Emix Gaming Aston Martin tries to keep up with the Enosis Esports Sim Deck app. Lamborghini, as they go into the braking zone, 0.2 separating these two cars.
Korea's going to get a little bit of a toe down the straight here, though. I saw him kind of lift out of the throttle there just for a brief moment. Not exactly sure what happened there, but I think in Harmless Momentum you can see him lifting as he shifts, maybe. But they're going to get shifted down, and the 90 car gets held up behind. That is the 144 machine. That is Federico Faraya, and he is still to the inside of Korea, which is going to unfortunately cause that car to lose a bunch of time. Faraya kind of moved to the inside. I believe that was turn 3 as the battle between these. This is the battle for GT4 Pro.
Yeah, GT4 Pro. Alex Crawford getting a little bit more lucky, I would say, with multi-class traffic, though that may not last as the Pegasi Bravo and the race leader and George Correa and the teammate, the sister machine of the Emix Gaming, both are going to try to find their way around Alex Crawford, right, reasonably frustrated, I think, with that incident there. Keeps both those two drivers. See a swap for position there. Both are now going to lunge on the leader, who's going to try to slot in between these two for this open hairpin. Able to do so, which is going to extend that gap between these two Enosis Gaming GT3s. As you see a handful of drivers a little bit frustrated with how that panned out. That gap we saw it break under a second between Alex Crawford in that Hugh Jas Gold alongside the grid and go of Justin Ream, now open back up to over a second. And a second gap now between George Correa, who took over the lead of this race in GT3 Pro, who's still behind Joshua DeLange in that GT3 M machine. So, a couple of late race drama as we close down the final few minutes of the third hour of racing of our 4 hours at Mugello, the second event of the FTR Season 8 Almeida Racing Academy season.
I don't think anybody is happy with the way that shook out. There were a lot of frustrated drivers. I think I saw 2 or 3 of them flashing all simultaneously. Maybe the only one who's happy is Correa, who came out with the lead, but even that car was put in some very, very sketchy situations. That's what happens when you get 2 class battles that wind up overlapping with each other. This one hasn't opened up since then. Still Rem and Crawford still basically on top of each other. Less than a second between those 2 cars, and still less than a second between Torres and Correa. So a couple of good battles that happened to get intermingled, and fortunately, none of the cars came out of it with any damage, but I think the frustration built up as the 963 is going to try to drive in there. That's Lucas Schmitz for the Sim Racing Grid Academy. Wanted to make the pass on the outside.
Yeah, and they just got a black flag. I believe, I'm going to say that's probably for an incident I just saw come across the stewarding desk that involves a contact with the sister team of Federico Faria, excuse me, the number 142 NGR or NGC by Rubius. Oh no, sorry, that is the contact that he had with Federico Faria of the NGC by Rubius Gas. We'll see that driver have to serve that penalty. Now, see exactly what the steward's reasoning is here in a moment. Let's see what happened between these. I don't see a off track for that car recently that I believe to be part of that incident there for Federico. But the battles open up as multi-class traffic continues to play in favor of some drivers over others. That's something I think I'd love for us to keep in mind. Keep an eye, watch on this one as well. It's battle in GT3 AM for P2 and P3. That triple. As they're about to get lapped by the leader. One of them already has by the leader overall, which is Josh DeLange. And P2 currently under threat. As Ben Kaiser has a slowdown penalty amongst those as well.
And Fen, would you say that there's a little bit of a luck element to the way that you catch this multi-class traffic? You talk about the much faster cars, the much slower cars. Do you think that there is kind of a luck element that comes down to it? You know, you have to get lucky to be fast?
I say luck has a factor. I would say it's more how you're gonna catch them eventually. And sometimes you might catch them in a good spot. Sometimes you might catch them in a bad spot. It's how you capitalize on when you catch them, either both in the good spot or in the bad spot. Or if you're gonna get held up by, you're the lapping traffic that doesn't want to be lapped. That I think plays both into luck as well as a bit of skill to know where to pass lapped cars, as well as, both in class and out of class. So it has a hand, but I don't think it's a primary factor in being consistently quick in multi-class racing. Does that answer your question?
I think so, and I think it's good that these races are as long as they are. 4 hours, of course. You've got the 12 hours of Sebring, you've got the 8 hours out at Petit Le Mans, of course, 24-hour races. I think over the course of those races, you really start to see that luck factor. I'd imagine it goes away, right? Because you have such a large sample size, you have such a large amount of time to overcome those bad situations. And the good drivers, rise. The cream rises to the top, as it were. And in this case, this 15 car has risen to the top. I mean, regardless of how they have caught traffic, I mean, he has drove away from not even the GT3 infield. He has driven away from just about everybody. Really, really strong performance from the Sim Racing Grid Frost 14.
Yeah, I get the feeling that these cars in a bit of a consistency is such a huge part of this. I think overall we see a battle here developing really quickly as Kevin Theron's been caught by Alyssa Merrill. It's going to be for P8 in the GT4 Pro category, as our GT4 drivers starting to make their way into pit lane for their third and final stop. And I think, I'm going to see if this plays out real quick here, and then take a brief moment to take a step back and then bring you the last hour of coverage for the race here. Black flag as well for Federico Faria as a result of that incident between Federico Faria and Lucas Schmitz. Let's see this battle get broken up. A lot of these drivers are also going to pop into pit lane. We'll talk about this final pit lane, pit stop, see what happens for these drivers here in just a moment. We're going to play our last video ad of the afternoon, assuming we stay under green flag conditions, and we'll bring you the last hour of coverage here in just a moment. Stick with us.
He's here teaching all his secrets to all these drivers. This is Almeida Racing Academy,
where every champion has a starting line.
The sim racer turned real world superstar, Suelio Almeida.
It's Connor Bell racing in his own backyard for the very first time in the NASCAR Canada Series.
The workshops helped out so much. Something about battling with somebody faster than you, it just pushes you that little bit further, and I was able to just keep developing my skill.
I can kind of commit more with the exit there. That was good. If you do take sim racing seriously, it does impact your racing technique for the rest of your life.
I know how the car is going to perform around these corners because the model I have in the sim. Just the benefit of sim racing when you go into real life, I don't think people quite realize it yet.
You have infinite check time is the biggest factor. You are able to try so many things, and the physics that are simulated in the sim nowadays, especially iRacing, are so close to real life.
Creating champions.
Suelio Almeida is a master at his craft. He's outclassed a Le Mans driver, a European Le Mans Series racer.
These guys are among the top 0.02% in the world.
Designed to create champions.
First NASCAR Canada start. First NASCAR victory for Connor Bell.
Connor Bell standing on the podium here today.
This is the Almeida Racing Academy 3.0.
Wait a race, buddy, wait a race.
And we're back for the final hour of coverage here at FTR, the 4 hours of Mugello of Season 8, the Almeida Racing Academy We have been here for 3 hours and a handful of minutes now. We have less than an hour to go. Last bit of GT4 pit stops are happening right now with the likes of Alex Crawford bringing home that Hugh Jass Gold machine. Just got done on pit road, now working its way back out onto the track. We'll see where it shapes up as it does a drag race with the leaders. And we have a battle for what is going to be ninth in GT4 Pro. And in between all of those is going to be the leader of GT4 Am. So it's been a busy racetrack. We've had a few drivers develop a bit of battles here and there. Tyler Agostino is going to drive back into the pit lane, I believe, to get a quick splash and dash or half of a pit stop in from a drive-through penalty earlier, I believe, is where that battle came to be. And so Alex Crawford, a second quicker on the pit cycle, sees him jump ahead of Justin Ream for the lead of GT4 Pro. All right, we're getting into the last hour here. Cade, as you're getting into the last, stint of a race, what's the mindset shift as we go into it?
Mindset is, boys, it's finally over. We finally made it through. I don't have to sit back and relax anymore. I don't have to sit around and wait. I don't have to feel like, sometimes, it feels like these races drag on if you're driving and you look down at the clock and there's 2.5 hours to go, and then you get in a battle and you look down and there's 2 hours and 15 minutes to go, and then you go run some more laps, and then you look down again and you're like, oh, there's still 2 hours to go. But now we're at the point, you look down, 50 minutes to go. A lot of these guys have made their final pit stop, right? I think that's exactly what's happened here between Crawford and Rem. They've made their final pit stops. They should be good to the end. And so now it's just, all right, if you're Rem, you see the target in front of you, you're probably faster on the long run, so let's get around this 137 and make the pass happen. He's going to move to the inside. Yes, it was, and they are going to drag race it dead heat down the front straightaway.
Yeah, we're going to see the difference in engines and who has the better exit. Both these cars almost equidistant from each other in terms of how fast one can be. Both are going to have a great run here into the braking zone, but Alex Crawford's going to have that inside line, going to force Justin Ream to go around the long way and keep the nose in. If Justin Ream can keep the nose in, that'll make that outside line turn into the inside line. He does so, and that'll see this turn back in the way. But the inverse also true. Do you know how many switchbacks there are in this? It's just, you can go too wide through most of this course while losing a bit of pace. And I'm sure Almeida, who's going to be in third there for the Almeida Racing Academy, currently enjoying the fact that he's here and seeing both of them kind of so close to each other on the relative. But Justin Ream finally going to get that option done to take over the lead of this race in GT4.
I think Crawford had visions of putting the old switcheroo on him, and it just didn't quite work. I don't think he timed it exactly the way that he wanted to, and that allowed Justin Rem to get clear, and as soon as he puts a length between those two cars, I think Rem's going to be able to drive away just a little bit, just a little more pace. I think he came out of the pits later, so they are on maybe just a little bit of a better pit strategy as well. But overall, Rem has been the better of the two drivers here in the past couple of hours, and he is now going to put that on full display. We'll see if he can drive away from Crawford. I wouldn't rule that 137 car out there, the huge-ass car. If he can stay close and get into some traffic, he might be able to challenge for this lead. But at the moment, Justin Rem opening it up now to about half of a second with now under 50 minutes to go.
Lap pressure tires for Justin Ream.
Yes.
Up to temperature. These GT4 tires, similar to the GT3s, but a little bit nicer. It usually doesn't take quite the full lap to get them into a window that you can start to push on them, but it does take a little bit of time, and that's why we saw, I believe, this battle go in the way of Justin Ream. But like you said, I wouldn't discount it, especially if you get multi-class traffic involved. The draft's super powerful, especially with that Mustang GT4 having such good straight line speed. Makes for, I think, going to be a fight to the end for these two GT4s, and especially as that slow exit for Justin Ream is going to bring them back at too wide. But Justin Ream's going to have the inside corner. It's going to turn to the outside corner. Alex Crawford has the speed. Justin Ream's not going to let him have it easily, though. And then the multi-class traffic of Tony.
3 wide down the. This is going to get sketchy in here. Luckily, he gets clear.
They both keep going too wide.
The advantage. Crawford is clear.
Able to take over the lead of that race after that lap or turn number 1 issue there. also want to take a moment, take a look as well. There's two battles basically for the leads in their class happening right now. This one we're watching in GT4 Pro, the other one being in GT3 Pro, as the two drivers that are the lead of that class duking it out equally close. Those two teammates, however, we'll see as they get the picture-in-picture. You can see both battles happening right now on the screen. One, I think, to follow being this battle between Justin Ream as well as Alex Crawford, but good to keep tabs as George Correa keeps trying to find time. Multi-class traffic as well, the lap traffic. The number 99 going to play a factor, as well as one of the huge ass machines.
3 wide again, sorts itself back out to 2 wide.
That number 99 Mustang, not known to be quite so patient as dealing with lap traffic. However, the likes of Lucas Schmitz working his way through the GT4 battle may push that battle out just a little bit more.
So now Rem is going to have to settle back in line and kind of regroup, right? We know that he was able to catch and pass Crawford once. He's going to have to try to see if he can do it again. Crawford's going to get his exit compromised a little bit here by that GT3 traffic, which is going to allow maybe a 1/10 of a second to get cut into that lead by Justin Rem. But at the moment, they're looking at 7/10 here. That is the gap for the GT4 Pro lead. And something that you mentioned there was the higher power for that Mustang engine and the way that the front engine cars handle. Do you think that's going to give Crawford an advantage on the straights, but he's going to have to give a little bit of time up in the corners?
I think it's what we've largely seen out of these drivers. I think that's why we see Justin Rem. That GT4 Porsche Cayman 718, if I want to get the full name in the wrong order entirely, is so planted throughout these medium and high speed corners, given especially when it has no issues or any issues with what little downforce it does produce. And because of that rear engine, mid rear engine power plant is where I think it technically sits on. It is so stable for the GT4 platform, so you can really lean on it in the corners. You know it's going to stick until you really abuse it. And at that point, you're just going to become a passenger if you go too far. We've seen a couple of Porsche GT4s do it earlier, and there's no real saving it. But until that point, you have all this room to kind of work with it. So I think that's the trade-off there, is the straight line speed, especially if you get into the draft like Alex Crawford was a couple of laps ago. It'll be one, I think, that we'll see kind of exchange hands, especially as drivers get more and less comfortable with the machine. It kind of stops feeling so sluggish, especially these GT4s on full fuel. Not a, I would say, very different experience than what they probably were driving a little while earlier with the low fuel and very warm tires.
Something to update on real quick. Correa has driven away from Torres for the overall lead. We talked about that one had been close. It has now opened back up. You can see on the ticker there nearly 3 seconds. This battle here, that last time by about 3/10 quicker to Crawford. So actually he was able to open up a little bit on that Justin Rem machine is, yes, the 15, the overall leader of GT3 AM of Joshua Delange. He has come down pit road. This will likely begin the final round of pit stops for all of our GT3 cars.
Yeah, I get the feeling anytime from here to the end of the race, we'll see these drivers come in. We saw them come in at about an hour and a half to go for most of the drivers that are on a pit cycle at this point. And we'll see them work their way down to pit lane, work their way back out, see if Joshua Delange gets and holds on to the lead of this race as a result of that pit cycle. Yeah, closing down pretty quickly as Alex Crawford has been having a bit of a multi-class traffic, I think, helping him, really not helping him, helping Justin Ream, I would say, between these two over the last couple laps.
Something I do want to point out about the pit cycle here, the 14 car that's right now sitting 4th overall, 3rd in class, the Sim Racing Grid Phantom car of Ben Kaiser, they had pit with about an hour 10 to go, which means they're going to be able to, I think, run longer than the Enosys cars in front of the 14. That's going to give the lead to the 14, and their final stop, I think, if it's a fuel only, is going to be much quicker. So if they can save a few seconds on pit road and have a good outlap, they might be able to close themselves at maybe not fully getting into the battle for the lead, but at least get close, so that if those two Enosis cars start battling, the Sim Racing Grid Phantom machine would be able to capitalize and get themselves involved in that battle. I don't know how it's all going to shake out in the long run. 26 seconds is a pretty big gap, but I've seen crazier things happen here at Mugello, so keep an eye on that. We may see a 3-car battle for the lead on strategy. If nothing else, I believe Kaiser's going to be able to run a little bit longer on fuel and at least momentarily give the GT3 Pro category lead to that machine. After the pit stop, the 15 of Joshua DeLange still holds the overall lead. That's how far ahead he was to cycles out of the pits as your overall and class leader. And with no more pit stop to make, I believe that they are going to win this race as long as they can stay mistake-free, as they have been for nearly 3.5 hours now.
Could not agree more. This battle between these two cars still ongoing, as we've been talking about the pit strategy, such a huge part of endurance racing, and also equally important, individual lap times. That has seen this gap open and close, and I think it's starting to close further, especially as Justin Rem is kind of reaching that butter zone, really leveraging that high speed corner traction that Porsche has to capitalize on the difference in lap times. We'll see if Alex Crawford can continue to hold on to the lead, but as it stands, Justin Ream running his personal best lap, and also I think the fastest lap of the class with 156.71, which is about, as you see there, a little over 4/10 faster than the 157.15 that Alex Crawford ran. Now has to not run into the Almeida Team Delta, who is still working their way through the field as well, with just over 40 minutes left remaining. Plenty of time. We're going to see, I think it's going to be a little bit more staggered. We're not going to see so many all come in at the same time like we did in the other previous GT3 pit cycles. We'll see, I think, a little bit more as drivers make the call to want to come in to avoid having incidents. But it will be, I think, over the next 10 to 15, or really 10 minutes, especially as our leader comes in for George Correa in that Enosis Esports Emix Gaming number 93 machine.
And this is going to set up a little bit of a tire difference. I don't think tires have been a huge factor today. It looks to me like we've got a lot of cloud cover. It means the track is probably pretty cool. It's pretty rubbered in right now. As way off the pace is that 167 Grid and Go car of Rem. He pulled to the inside and slowed way down. I don't know if he had to serve a slowdown penalty or was getting out of the way for GT3 traffic or what happened, but he gave up about 2 full seconds, essentially parking it on the inside of the straightaway. I was going to say, don't know how much tires matter, so that'll play into the battle between the 93 and the 94, the GT3 Pro class lead, but this right here is GT4 Pro, and I'm being told he had a slow down penalty to serve, which for the moment knocked him out of contention for the class lead.
Yeah, you'll see the replay here. It's, I believe, just a little too much curbing on that corner there.
Wow.
And I think it's also between that and then the inside of the next corner will be part of that.
And he really didn't grab a whole lot of that yellow curb to the inside. It looked pretty standard to me. It just was ever so slightly over the limit. And iRacing decided that it was going to strike him with the hammer. That being said, 39 minutes. I would say there's about 20, maybe 19 laps to go in this race. So if he can be just a 10th quicker on average than Alex Crawford, he is going to be able to get himself back into this battle for the lead. It'll be close, but I would not count out Justin Rem. I know I've been hyping him up here quite a bit, but I've really liked what I've seen out of that 167 machine. I think he's going to be able to get back into this one, especially now if he drives a little bit more aggressive, knowing that he's made a mistake. He wants to recover from that mistake. He wants to gain that time back.
Yeah, it's a sprint to the finish for these two drivers, and I think Justin Ream's got his work cut out for him. Alex Crawford, no slouch either, generally setting pretty consistent lap times. It's just a little bit slower than what we've seen out of Justin Ream, but with multi-class traffic, that definitely can swing but either of these cars in both directions, both toward or away from each other, especially with the likes of that RPM Racing Black working its way through and the multi-class traffic there. As I believe Patrick Gannon going to be back at the helm of that GT3. And this battle, one to keep an eye on. The last pit cycle, I think we'll see the battle for the Sim Party Delta number 33. Having a moment here on the final corner. Largely unassuming day for them. Pretty calm, but a brief moment there, I believe, for Daniel Cox, Dan Maddox, who is at the head of that one. The clouds have conveniently covered the track here, but that is all it is. Clouds, no rain, and I think it'll be a pretty rain-free race for this one. I believe that was the scheduled forecast as well.
Well, that's lame. And I believe the 137, no, it looked like he was going to come into pit road, just took a really wide exit off of the final corner, gave up a couple of tenths of a second in the final sector there of the track. Talking about Alex Crawford, gave up just a bit of time to Justin Rem, as this is the battle that we are keeping an eye on. The other battle to potentially keep an eye on right now, second has heated up in the GT3 Pro category, third overall, the 14 and the 93. The 93 is done with pit stops for Enosis. Meanwhile, the Sim Racing Grid Phantom machine is going to have to make a splash and go before this race ends. So as it stands right now, they're fighting on track, but that battle likely will not last to the end of the race. Meanwhile, your GT3 Pro leader, the 90 of Torres, that car has yet to make a stop. They still need to make a pit stop, as does, I want to say, that they're pretty much, the 90 and the 14 are the last two GT3s, at least among the leaders, who have yet to pit. Everybody else has already made what should be their final stop of the day.
Ooh.
We're here, there's been some John Tejada.
Curb. Oh, there it is. A simple slide as well, too much curb. Keeps it out of the wall, though. So a pretty fantastic way to bring that one into it. Multi-class traffic. Got to be, I think, the thorn in Alex Crawford's side for the moment, as the RPM Racing Purple, as well as the German SimRacing.de machines working their way through. Despite being a ways down the order, Igor Kos at the head of that German SimRacing.de, setting the fastest lap so far of the race. Or had. I'm not sure if it was a valid lap time, though. Oh. ARA team
there.
Bravo having a moment. The leader of the race at the moment, Alejandro Torres, going to dip in for Enosis Esports SimDeck.app. We'll see where he comes out in relation to the teammate, or the sister team, who once again has Antonio Jordan. See where this battle ends up. Ben Kaiser going to inherit the lead of the race for the time being for Sim Racing Grid Phantom. These drivers still have to come in and do a splash and dash, like Cade mentioned earlier in this broadcast. And I wonder, and like you say, I think that will be a fun deciding factor to see where they end up after having to take the splash and dash. Do you think they take tires?
I just don't think they can afford to. I think they're going to have to minimize their time on pit road regardless of what they do. On top of that, not taking tires means that they won't exit the pits on cold tires. It's something that I've done before a couple of times. I don't know how effective it is for the high-level drivers. I myself am not a very high-level GT3 driver, but I've found that if I have to take a splash of fuel, not changing tires also prevents me from having two slow out laps on cold tires, and I can save a couple of seconds that way as well. So I don't think the 14 has a big enough lead. Well, we're going to have to see here. It's 20 seconds right now from first to second. If they can get on pit road, take a splash of fuel, and get out of pit road without those out laps on cold tires, they might be able to at least keep it close. So we'll see. I'd imagine the 14 car can't go more than 10 or 15 more minutes. So they're going to be spending probably 10 or so seconds inside the pit box, plus maybe 20 seconds total of rolling time So that's going to be probably, unfortunately, going to put them behind both the 90 and the 93. But we'll see. Some pit strategy there has given the effective lead of that category to Torres and Enosis Sim Deck. So we'll see if they can maintain it. Better pit stop there for the 90 team, although they've given up a little bit of time to Antonio Jordan, who has now stepped in for the Enosis Esports Imix gaming car, sitting third in that category, fourth overall, and trying to close in to potentially win the GT3 Pro category.
Yeah, I get the feeling Multiclass Traffic was not very kind to Alejandro Torres for that number 90 car, but they also were 10 seconds faster in pit lane for the final pit stop, which is how that gap spread out so much to begin with, as those two drivers had largely been the two teams, I should say, have largely been pretty close to each other up until that point. And I have to agree with you. Like we talked about getting tires for the last stint, not a good move. We'll have to see if that advice is what also Ben Kaiser and the team there over for Sim Racing Grid Phantom listen to us. Michael Rapsey, the first driver in that team so far. We'll see if he gets back in or we stick with Ben Kaiser for the closing of this race. Given the fact that it's less than 10 seconds, I get the feeling that is not going to be not going to change drivers, given that driver changes usually are about 20 seconds. And if they have to spend less than 10 seconds on pit lane, it would not make a whole ton of sense. A couple battles brewing on track, though, for overall positions as well as positions in class. One we just saw there for the ARA Team Bravo alongside RPM Racing Purple. This battle, however, for overall GT4 positions, as well as the battle between the GT3, who's trying to work his way back through, Antonio Jordan, speaking of, and that 93, as Ron Wolf tried to fend off Treehouse Racing for overall P9. Obviously, Ron Wolf in that Thonk Esports, Motorsports, Sim Sports Racing powered by beer, a different category in the GT4 AMs. As our chat, I believe, is requesting that we keep the length of these names in as they are, unfiltered, for the FTR Events Season 8 Almeida Racing Academy's Endurance Series. And I don't know. What do you have a thought, Kate, on whether or not you would have those stay as long as they are or shorten them?
I think we need to introduce the owner of that race team to a funny little tool called an acronym. I think they could benefit greatly from using an acronym from that. I can't read that on my screen. I don't know what it says, but I'm seeing the word beer, and I'm sure they're doing great things. So I did notice a little pun there. The battle is brewing. The beer's brewing. So kudos to our very own Fenishini. As this battle gets really, really sketchy there, the Treehouse car was able to make the move stick. I think if you are that Thronk Esports, Motorsports, Racing car, shenanigans car, beer, that car, they can be pretty cautious here, because they know that, hey, we have the GT4 AM class lead. That's really what we're here to fight for. We want to beat those other three teams, and at the moment we're in pretty good shape to do so. So let's just let them go. You know, not a huge reason to put up the defense of all time. I just want to make sure that car gets back around in one piece.
Yeah, especially when you have over a minute between this car and the next car in class. Someone who doesn't have a minute over the next car in class is going to be John Morandini, who just lunged down the inside of Sammy Hendricks, of Vince Harbottle for P5 in class. They pick up that position after Matthias Whitten, picks up, does their final pit stop of the afternoon for Project Sync Racing Team Arabica. And we have a spin out of the 142 machine. Going to be a GT4 who kind of has a moment by themselves. And I think it was unassisted outside of a little bit of caution to not run into the GT3 on the outside.
Pretty hard contact to that tire barrier, though, and I think that's a front engine car, so that's going to damage the power plant for that machine, which will give them quite a bit of damage.
I was trying to see. I think it was our sister team of who was our pole sitter, the GT4 AM entry of NGC. I think they both run Porsches, so he might have gotten away with it as a result.
It was a Porsche. Okay.
Yeah. So I think he lucked out as a result. But as the GT4 machine that currently is in, I believe, third. Matthew Dupuis, yeah, in third there, has a self-spin. Ron Mons, who was commentating with me earlier this afternoon, really a big fan of this machine, and was asking if it had been exercised, as in having a off-track or big moment there. And I think that's probably the biggest we've seen out of that machine today. So whenever Ron Mons watches this back, that I think would be the moment we'd label the most like an exorcism for the purposes of the broadcast. But action firing up here elsewhere on track. Daniel Snortland in that Sim Racing Grid Silver, currently defending from that car that we talked about earlier that had just come out of pit lane and still is working on getting back up into temperature. 3/10 between these two drivers, a little bit over 4 as they go for overall position, not worrying as much about in-class action. Sim Racing Grid Silver almost going to run into the likes of Spencer Golden in that Sim Racing Grid Academy Blaze. So sister teams having moments there. Yeah, the Sim Racing Grid team and then the Academy team. Obviously, the Academy is going to be in that GT4 machinery.
We gonna go 3 wide? No, we're not. That got very, very close to being an issue there. That is the 99 machine. Does he want to go 3? He wants to, but a good bit of patience there from the 99 of Witten.
Yeah, I think the last GT3 that'll have to make a stop before the end is going to be the leader of the overall race at this point, Ben Kaiser in that Sim Racing Grid Phantom. The rest of the field, I think, has done all of their last pit stops. Patrick Gannon going to come in for RPM Racing Black to do a splash and dash. And one of a couple battles on track. The other one being the battle for the lead in GT4 Pro, as once again Alex Crawford been chased down. Multi-class traffic, I think, also aiding in that battle for the lead of GT4 Pro.
Yeah, Justin Remis cut that down to just about half a second. It was 2 seconds earlier, and he's cut 1.5 seconds away. So that's how the math shakes out for that battle to get a little bit more heated in the final 26 minutes or so. I do want to mention the 14-car Sim Racing Grid Phantom driven by Ben Kaiser. Not only do they currently have the class lead, they do technically hold the overall lead at the moment. They're likely going to surrender it to Joshua Delange in the SRG Phosphor car when they do decide to pit. But for the moment, they are both the overall and class leaders, as this battle is still heated up. Diving to the inside is the 18 machine.
Yeah. Trying to defend that position for overall. But we'll have to lead out as that Project Saint Racing Team Arabica is going to take that position. Justin Rem, 3/10 and some change behind Hugh Jasgold. Every lap of the past 3 laps, I think past 5 laps, I really wanted to go back and look, have been faster for Justin Ream. So able to run that Hugh Jasgold machine down with Alex Crawford still at the helm of it.
And this is something that we saw, this is something we saw on previous runs, is at the beginning of the stint, they were pretty even, and Crawford may was even been a little bit better, but as the run went on, I think as the cars got low on fuel and started to handle a little bit differently, maybe as the tires wore out a little bit, that was where Justin Rem was able to be better than Alex Crawford and close the gap. So even though he had that mistake earlier, he's been able to use the advantage of the long run to close in back up to the bumper of the Grid and Go racing machine, and he's there. I think he is there. Now the question is he going to find an opportunity in the next 13 laps or so to be able to make the move happen? Only time will tell. This is the battle for the GT4 category. And I can't believe it, man. After 3.5 hours, more than 3.5 hours, the gap between these two cars is, I don't know, maybe 15 feet. To me, that is unbelievable.
I mean, it is one of the fun things about endurance racing and consistency amongst all else. We've seen a couple other drivers be at the head of this category as well, and they have fallen away as a result of that consistency being a little bit slower. But to see two, like you say, to see two drivers, pretty fantastic to have them battling a few tenths from each other. We've seen a couple other battles come and go as people have worked together to find pace, but these two I think going to be dueling it out until the checkered flag for position, or late on the brakes for Justin Rem, and he keeps it from running into the back of Alex Crawford. But it's going to be one, I think. Justin Rem's going to have to reset himself because he was a little bit, I think, caught unaware. They come up to the lap traffic of GT4 AM P2, excuse me. Spencer Golden, as well as a couple others, but these two locked in combat for the closing laps.
And I don't think they're really going to have the opportunity to get away from each other unless one of these two has another off-track moment and has to serve a slowdown. I think they're going to be locked onto each other. And the advantage right now that Justin Rem has is he can see how Crawford catches those lead lap or catches the slower GT4 cars, and he'll be able to basically follow him through. They're catching one now. That purple machine up the road, a couple of laps down. So once Crawford makes the move, Rem is just going to be able to follow, and that should give him a little bit of an easier time in traffic. So that's where he's got the advantage now. For the moment, I think he can just stick on the bumper and make sure that he's saving his stuff up till the end of the race. Really, I mean, he only has to pounce on the final lap, but he may want to get the move done before then. We'll see a little bit of a different line here in the final corner. I think is going to give a little bit of a better run on corner exit to Crawford, but Rem's going to have a big toe down the front straightaway.
Yeah, and Alexander Crawford is going to get less of one from the GT4s ahead of him. You can see that wheel being utilized by Justin Rem to keep that car going the right direction. Keep an eye on it over a couple other more corners. I saw a bit of counter steering as he was trying to keep that car going the right direction. Makes another look down the inside. Doesn't have the overlap to get it done. So Crawford, a little hesitant, was expecting I think a little more, there'd be more of a lunge being sent in, but keeps it together with him. I saw Connor steer out of this car earlier. I'm wondering how warm those tires are from how much he's been trying to haul to get back up to Alex Crawford, and how these two drivers now are going to be, I think, really pushing the edge of the limit there, especially as Alex Crawford now has a slowdown penalty to serve.
Oh,
but I think he'll have the opportunity to serve it while just riding behind Spencer Golden in that Sim Racing Grid Academy Blaze Porsche that is in front of both of these drivers.
And we'll see if he needs to give up. It's probably a second slowdown, so he'll have to somehow give up a full second by just riding behind that machine. Touches some dirt. Now he's going to get side by side with the Porsche. Down into the corner, side by side. He's trying to get that slowdown, so you can see him burping the brake pedal to try to give up just a little bit of lap time. That could open the door for Rem if he wants to try to bully his way through around Spencer Golden. Golden's going to let both of these drivers go. By the way, leader has pit. That is the GT3 lead. Was driven by Ben Kaiser, and he is going to lose those positions to the 90 and the 93 with the pit stop. Back to this battle, though. I believe the slowdown has been served. If not, a black flag would have been issued by now. So Crawford managed to get rid of that time penalty and maintain the lead. How about that?
I mean, he picked a good spot to do it. He got alongside Spencer Golden, really utilized that lap traffic to his advantage, but has to deal with multi-class traffic, which means that he had a slower line coming out of the final corner. You see that gap closing down between these two cars as Justin Ream looks to make the line on the inside. Finally pulls out.
Here. I think he's going to do it. He jumps to the inside.
There's the lunge, but Alexander Crawford is going to keep the foot in. Inside turns into outside, turns back into inside. He's going to keep the overlap into the second corner, pushing both of them a little bit wider. Justin Ream's going to collect it up on that third one. But an over-under out of Alex Crawford might be seen here.
And that looked just about identical to the last time Rem took this position, but Crawford not going to go away as quietly this time. He's able to stay a little closer on the bumper and apply some pressure. He's looking for an opportunity to get this lead back. I can tell that he wants to make a lunge, but Justin Rem did not put a tire wrong, and that did not give Crawford the opportunity. I think he's going to have to wait a little bit here until he gets another chance. Don't burn his stuff up. He can stay close, maybe take advantage of some traffic. Might be able to get back around this car. Penalty here. This was the 599 nails the curb and slams the GT4 AM leader.
Yeah, that's going to be the GT4 AM leader, Ron Wolf, who got collected there in that incident for Sammy Hendricks in that Octo Sins number 69. And
Justin,
getting a quick word from an incident that I had seen, been under investigation for a little while, from the from P4 in class, the Federico Faria helmed NGC by Rubius Gas Porsche, who there was a penalty review between himself and then the leader of GT4 AM, and has been declared as no further action. So both are allowed to keep racing as they were. No driver is going to suffer a potentially rough moment there. 28, Aspen Martin. She has had an off there as that car has just come out of pit lane a little while ago and slid across the track. I wonder if there was new tires involved that have caused that issue. Nope. There you go. Inside curb at turn number 3. After see it there. Just keeps the car spinning. Narrowly touches the barrier. Keeps it out of harm's way.
I gotta ask, that is Aspen Martin in an Aston Martin, correct?
That is Aspen Martin in an
All
Aston
right.
Martin.
That is fantastic.
One of the, I think we have 2 Prismatic Motorsports drivers, both of them, both Aspen Martin and Ivory Balfour, 2 drivers that have had a rather uneventful day. As the chat continues to have dialogue on the Thonk Sim Sports Esports Motorsports is powered by beer, or its sister car, those bunch of words powered by Satan in this series.
We need another way to refer to those cars. They got too many words and there's too much going on there. I think we need to call them Thing 1 and Thing 2 and just leave it at that. Doing a good job, though, for the 109 leading that category. The 119 right now last on the grid, which I suppose is appropriate. But we're taking a look here at the 109. I like the paint scheme on this 109 car. It's fun.
Yeah, the paint scheme on the 109 car, tale of two different car models. The one we have from the paint pack, a little bit simpler. The one we have from Trading Paints has a little bit more color to it. But both those cars have the Thonk emoji as its calling card. Obviously the one powered by Satan going to be a little bit more demonic themed. I think they should put a donut on it. I don't know why, just for the fun of it.
Now the closest battle on track is still for that GT4 lead, but it's opened up to nearly 2 seconds now. Justin Rem has utilized that late run speed to drive away. This right here is effectively the battle for the overall lead. The 15 still being driven by Joshua DeLange. He has about a 10-second gap right now on the 90 car of Torres for the Enosis Esports Sim Deck machine that is right now leading GT3 Pro. Now, I don't know how common this is that the AM category is able to win the overall over the Pro category. I don't know how often that happens, but to me, this feels like a pretty solid achievement for that 15 car, and maybe means they might need to promote themselves to that Pro category for the next race.
I get the feeling it's one they'll have to talk about. The big reason I think we see them at the front of this field is a large part of the Pro category, sans the leaders, the pole sitters, I should say, that led a good 2/3 of this race, had each other driver in the Pro category had a drive-through penalty or an issue at some point, which sees the consistency there shown by Josh DeLange in that phosphor machine, ending up with more a much better pace and just out of consistency and not having slow laps as a result of issues. So I think it'll be one that we'll be excited that we have. I don't think it's one we'll see as often, as I don't recall one last season of FTR. And I think for what I recall of this first season of that. RPM Racing came home the winners there and had a fantastic run up until the end at Spa last time out. I've also been told to stop reading chat, Cade, so I will prevent myself from doing so. I got a little lonely in here the first 2 hours, and it's a habit that I unfortunately picked up over those 2 hours. So,
I mean, we're glad that you all are watching. We're glad that you all are tuning in and sharing your opinions. I think the more important thing is what's actually happening on track here, the race that we got going on right now, and all of the drivers who are putting in a lot of work. I mean, you practice a good bit for races like this, and you work on your setup, you work with your team, you work on scheduling your stints, and figuring out your tire strategy, your fuel strategy, what you're going to do if a safety car comes out, all of those things. And then you go out here and you get the chance to execute. And for some people, it's gone really, really well. For some people, I think the result's going to leave a little bit to be desired. And so that is really the focal point. I mean, that's really what we want to talk about here, as this battle has opened up to 5.5 seconds. Wow.
Yeah, another slowdown penalty. Yeah.
Yeah, for
Alex Crawford.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah,
so that's really the more important thing. But hey, we're glad that you guys are watching. I hope you guys are enjoying it. Here on Green Flag TV, 12 minutes should be about 6 or 7 more laps, and then we'll be able to wrap it up here from the 4 hours at Mugello.
Yeah, the 4 hours come, and slowly within the next 10 minutes we'll have elapsed. I think it's going to be a pretty fantastic ride for Josh Delange. It's just going to be one of bringing it home successfully, still creating more time in between himself and Alejandro Torres, who is in that Enosis Esports sim deck of P2, with both those drivers, both the Enosis Esports teams leading the first 2 spots of the podium in GT3 Pro. Ben Kaiser for Sim Racing Grid Phantom, a sister team to the Phosphor that is leading the GT3 AM category, going to round out that Pro podium. And then we get into Sim Racing Grid Silver, as well as 555 Racing for the other spots of the GT3 AM category, as some of those drivers work through multi-class traffic. It's always super fun, I think, endurance racing, and especially the amount of love and heart that they put into the practice in between events, especially because these are about once a month. And so getting a chance to come out here and kind of prove themselves for these teams has been, I think, a good one. I think just having a race-free or a incident-free race has been a big help for the winners of these categories. And taking a quick further look at our schedule. Our next event, I believe, is going to be at Phillip Island on 5/16. So next month in May, in the middle of the month, is going to be that event. We'll hope you see us back here, or we'll see you back here, I should say, as we're going to be covering all that action for another 4-hour endurance event. Kate, are you familiar with Phillip Island? Are you a fan of that?
I know it's a much different track than Mugello is. It's a street circuit, if I'm not mistaken. And that
Phillip Island
is it a street circuit?
Is not a street circuit. So
I'm thinking of
you might be thinking of Adelaide or St. Petersburg.
Yes, which is where we're not racing.
No.
So don't go to St. Petersburg. Go to Phillip Island, which is a great race. Road America, I'm getting the rest of the schedule here. Road America is going to be June 6th. They're going to be going to Bahrain on June 27th, and then they'll be rounding it out down in Brazil at Interlagos. August 1st is going to be the final race of the season. So this is race number 2. Still plenty to play for. Even if you didn't get a good result today, you'll be able to round it out for those next 4 races, where we'll be going to Phillip Island, which is a track that I apparently am not familiar with.
That is a-okay. It's one of my personal favorites here on the iRacing service, Phillip Island. It is an Australian circuit. It is going to be something interesting. It's similar in some ways to Mugello, but the nice part about it is it has some very tight hairpins to shake up the otherwise winding circuit. So they get to take what they've learned here, apply some of it, but also bring back some of the close corners and tight corners of Spa they had just about less than a month prior. So it'll be going to be I think a very busy circuit all the same, especially if we have the turnout we did today. Bit of a late race battle here for overall positions as Equipment Geek Racing with Brian Frentiane going to be chasing down Patrick Gannon in that RPM Racing Black. That last car, they're having another pit stop, which is why I think they ended up in the fight with Brian and that Equipment Geek Racing machine as well. Both of them otherwise unimpeded. Matthias Whitten, excuse me, is going to be from Project Sync Racing Team Arabica. It's going to be just ahead of those two drivers. But just behind those, it's going to be the leader, Joshua DeLange. With 7 minutes left, like I think you've said at this point, but I think it's going to be rounding down to about 5 laps to go.
Yeah, not much left at all. And we're seeing right now about 11 seconds between this car and the 90 machine, so just absolutely no pressure out back. They've been really taking it easy there. Alejandro Torres, they've actually dropped back a little bit closer to their sister team there in the 93, as those two cars have closed up just a little bit for the GT3 Pro lead. I don't think we're going to see a class battle on our hands. I think the gap is a little bit too big for that. We also talked about where the 14 car was going to shake out Sim Racing Grid's Phantom with Ben Kaiser, excuse me. They have shaken out to the third position in class, 4th position overall, and they are not going to be able to gain any more spots beyond that, unless something crazy happens, which of course we've seen plenty of that in motorsports, but for the moment it looks like they are going to be something, as we are hearing something has happened to Dan Maddox, the Sim Party Racing Delta machine. They have been given, I believe, a meatball flag.
A bit of both. They have a black flag, for instance. You see it here, just a huge hook of oversteer trying to correct that car, bounces that rear end into the wall. It's going to pop off that rear diffuser pretty explosively. And then they pull it back forward and then decide to tow it and call it a day. So a incident limit black flag on top of a meatball flag, I believe. So a pair of issues there for that driver.
So that is going to drop that 33 car a couple of spots on the grid. P12 in the class. Likely not going to fall any farther than that. The only car behind them was that 10 machine that had wrecked from the lead, unfortunately. But they're going to wind up 12th in the GT3 Pro category, likely 20th among 21 GT3s in this race. So unfortunate to have that happen so close to the end of the race. I mean, you're almost there, and then you go out, and it looked like the curb took control, and the driver was not able to get control back, and that's how that wreck happened.
Yeah, a bit of a moment there, but those drivers gonna have to dust themselves off for next week. Sometimes they've had some pretty fantastic results in previous seasons. I know they've got the ability there. Just one where I think this race has caught a lot of drivers out unexpectedly for this one. I think when we go to Phillip Island, they'll have a little bit more caution, I want to say, between these drivers as they work their way through. A late race battle for position that's brewing here between the Octosin 69 and then the Project Sync Racing Team Arabica. We saw Arabica up at the lead of the field in the top podium spots earlier on. Black flag sent it down the order. A couple of pit cycle issues as well has allowed those to be in that fight where they are now, but they're trying to reclaim P5 in class, P6 overall, as these drivers are still ahead of the rest of the GT3 AM podium. Octosins, Sammy Hendricks going to be defending, getting a good run here, but Whitten is going to be bringing the fight back. So we're going to keep going too wide throughout all of this. Lap times were well in the favor of Whitten and that Project Sync Racing team. But as long as they keep going too wide, they're going to keep slowing each other down a little bit. But I think the Arabica team finally going to bring the fight to a close.
Whitten got it. He's clear, and he's looking to drive away from Sammy Hendricks. Oh, dipped a tire off there, which is going to keep the 599 close for the moment. But look at the drive off the corner for Mathis Whitgen. He is just able to get away. Sorry, Whitten. just able to get away there, open up about 5 car lengths, half a second, and then some. So that is going to move them into 5th in the class, 6th overall. A pretty good showing in a day that, like you said, Fen, was plagued by mistakes by drivers, plenty of incidents and off tracks. Able to get out of the day with a finish, let alone a top 5, is going to be something to write home about for that Project Synced Racing Team Arabica GT3 team. So it'll be 2 laps to go when the leader hits the line. Leader right now still Joshua DeLange for Sim Racing Grid Phosphor. So when he hits the line, 2 laps remaining from the 4 hours at Mugello.
Yeah, it's going to be 2, I think, pretty smooth laps. All the battles now mostly have been resolved in a couple of late race pieces of cars swapping positions and fighting for all of the options and places off the podium. But that battle we saw for P5 was still 47 seconds behind the battle that was happening for P4 in class that we saw Vince Harbottle as well as John Morandini fight for a while before Morandini came down to pit road to serve and do a splash and dash at the end of the race. Let's see the rest of these drivers continue to work their way through.
I think the closest battle on track right now is actually Suillo Almeida. He's within a second of Alex Crawford. He has run that huge ass gold team down and is actually getting a little bit closer. He's giving him the lights down the straightaway. I don't know if he's going to get there. They're taking 2 laps to go now as they cross the stripe. So 2 more laps. He'd have to be about half a second, maybe 7/10 a lap faster just to get there. And that would leave Almeida with no time to make the pass. Look at that, though. He was close to a full second faster the past couple of laps. So it is possible. He was 4th not too long ago, able to work his way up to the podium. And now he wants to get from the 3rd step to the 2nd step, but running out of time to do so.
Yeah, obviously a bit of a penalty also helping him with that, with the NGC, the pole sitters, having a black flag that's they were in front of Suillo, and now they find themselves behind. With less than a second now between these drivers, got to get a little bit of a draft, so it'll be up to Alex Crawford to keep that car going the right direction, and off track there is not going to help him. In closing stages as a white flag happens to be displayed for Joshua DeLange, and the rest of the field going to be taking their final laps this time by as they come back around to the start finish stripe.
I think Almeida is going to get there. We saw the off track for Crawford. Crawford now going to have his exit compromised by that GT3 traffic. Meanwhile, Almeida is going to be able to use the entire track and take the exact racing line that he wants. It's down to half a second. Once again, they're going to be getting 1 lap to go this time, so the fight is on. I'd imagine Crawford, in addition to the mistakes, has burnt his tires up a little bit more than he would have wanted. Just the way that he's got to force that front engine car into the corner is going to mean that he's down on grip, so he's going to have plenty of speed down this straightaway. But Almeida gained a full 10th through that final sector, and he's going to be close. He's flashing at him again. 1 lap to go at Mugello. This is for 2nd place in the GT4 category, as we are going to see the leader, Joshua DeLange, from the GT3 AM class, coming around to what will be the checkered flag here in about half a lap, getting through some traffic cleanly, as he's going to be able to bring that car home in position number 1.
Yeah, I got a couple of that side by side. Keep both eyes on the action as it evolves. That battle, final battle for P2 and P3 in class. Who's going to be on which step of the podium? Still underway and well and truly a fight as they get through Casanova. The 2nd chicane. And the leader, Joshua DeLange, got to come around the final big open hairpin to take to the checkered flag. The number 15 Sim Racing Grid Phosphor. Going to be a fantastic, consistent solo drive. We'll see him take the checkered flag with the likes of the leader in GT4 AM passing not long behind. Ron Wolf going to take that car home, the checkered flag. And GT3 Pro, Alejandro Torres for Enosis Esports Sim Deck, going to bring home the checkered flag for that team. Their teammates, Antonio Jordan and the Enosis Esports Emix Gaming, going to bring home the the middle step of the podium there. As
here comes the move from Almeida. Oh, he tried to put it in the bottom.
He's
I know
trying.
we were looking at the results, but he made a huge lunge to the inside. We got to full screen this battle. This is going to be a really good one. He is there.
Oh, yes, that certainly is. Looking for that move. He's going to have to make the lunge here into the final corner. Has to pick a line. Alexander Crawford goes really defensive. Tucks it in. It looks to keep the position. Drives out of the corner. A blink out of Almeida as the two of them come down the start-finish stretch. Pegassi Bravo on the outside as well. But it looks like some good finishing action there as Crawford holds on to P2 ahead of Suelio Almeida. Able to keep that car going the right direction to keep 2/10 ahead of that bottom step of the GT4 Pro podium. Both of them behind Justin Rem, who's going to take home the victory there as we were watching that battle just up the road from those two. With that, I think that brings all of our podium finishers to the end of the race, and everybody else I think is in the process of finishing, coming down the start-finish stretch for a couple more drivers. As Justin Rem going to burn down this opening start-finish stretch. Joshua Delange going to come back around. Pretty happy with that result. I imagine a lot of those drivers are pretty happy with the consistency they were able to get over the course of this race. 4 hours. Cade, you're with me for the back two. What'd you think?
Overall, I think it delivered exactly the way that we would expect Mugello to deliver. I talked about it when I came in, and my opinion hasn't changed. This is a really fun track. It's a driver's track, but you have those, couple of sectors, particularly the first one and the last one, where you can run side by side, and you can really do some good battling. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at those final results after 4 hours of hard battling. Of course, we know Joshua Delange was on the top of the podium for Sim Racing Grid Phosphor, but the rest of the top 10 is just behind him.
They certainly are. Alejandro Torres going to bring home the lead for GT3 Pro, with Antonio Jordan for the Enosis Esports. Both of those Enosis Esports drivers in P1 and P2 of GT3 Pro, P2 and P3 of overall. Ben Kaiser and Vince Harbottle going to round off the overall top 5 with Mathis Witten for Project Racing Team Arvika. In 6th there with Simi Hendricks, John Morandini, Daniel Snortland, as well as John Teata for their respective teams with the likes of, for the top 10, excuse me.
Back in 11th within the GT3 category was the Pegasi Motorsport Bravo machine. Just behind them it was LCT Racing. Then from GT3 Pro, RPM Racing Black. From the M category, Equipment Geek Racing, then 2 pros, German Sim Racing.de, and the Almeida Racing Team Delta. Finished out by Adrian Hott back in the 17th position, another AM. That was Sim Racing Grid Academy Bravo, with Untersteer Motorsport finishing 18th among the GT3s. Prismatic Motorsports Minerva, that was an AM, and then the Pro, driven by Dan Maddox, Sim Party Racing Delta, rounds out the top 20 for GT3s.
They certainly are. RPM Racing going to be the 21st driver there, but they do not take to the checkered flag. Justin Rem for Grid and Go going to bring it home for the GT4 Pro drivers, with Alex Crawford coming home in second, staying just ahead with his huge Jazz Gold machine ahead of Suelio Almeida from Almeida Racing Academy. Rounding out those podium positions, Federico Faria for NGC by Rubus Gas, as well as the JKR machine driven by Julian Carces. It's going to be top 5 there with the SRN FTR Alliance, Hugh Jazz Blue, Treehouse Racing, Project Synced Racing Team Excelsa, and Hugh Jazz White, the top 10 of GT4 Pro, the last 3 being Christopher Flams and Hugh Jazz Black, Project Synced Racing Team Iberica, as well as Sim Racing Grid Palladium, rounding out the 13 cars of GT4 Pro.
And then just behind them, it was the 4 GT4 AMs, led by the first Thonk car, then NGC, then Sim Racing Grid Academy Blaze, and then the second Thonk car, rounding out your field.
And with that, we'll take a moment to talk to the winners of each category, each class, both the Pro and the AM of those drivers. Currently, we have the likes, I believe, of the overall race winner floating in there, and also the GT3 AM winner. So we'll do this in a bit of not dysfunctional, but opposite order of what we usually do. And we'll start with Joshua Delange, who is going to come home P1 here. And congrats on your overall victory, Joshua Delange. How was the race?
Oh man, it was impressive, honestly. The last 2 weeks have been quite insane. I practiced for round 1, of course, for FTR at Spa. And last week I took that pace into the GT sprints and I gained about 1400 rating in a week.
Fantastic.
So that was fantastic. And now this is just, incredible. My first lap was completely clapped. I had a spin and I was basically at the back of the grid. And I drove all the way back to 10th, and then had another incident with a GT4 in the double right-hander, but I just didn't give up and continued on. So yeah.
I'd say, how does it feel? What's that experience like when you're watching a bunch of other drivers in front of you have issues, and while you've had your own, watching them have either bigger issues or ones that have more impact? What's that experience like? Ending up gaining a bunch of positions by being more consistent and not getting into trouble.
It's odd, to be honest. It's we recently got a P2 as well at Sebring 12 hour in the GTP.
Okay.
And we basically also did that on consistency and fuel saving. And it's a bit of an odd experience because you're constantly telling yourself that, okay, we're just going to go for this, we're going to keep it easy, we're going to take it smoothly, we're just keeping it smooth, right? And then you get into a position like this, and the worst thing you can do then is start celebrating early. Is start saying, okay, it's working. Now you have to keep focused. You have to keep calm and remain in that focus. So, also to be fair, it's a slightly sour taste to it because my teammates in the sister car of number 14, Michael, unfortunately had a medical emergency while driving.
Oh no!
Something happened, and it is something very distressing happened. So they had to pull in the pit, and Ben had to take over. Otherwise, they would have been far out for the win, and I would have never been close to them. So it's a bit of a hit and miss in that sense, this race. But
Certainly.
I'm still glad to be here. Absolutely.
Fantastic. Well, we'll let you get back to celebrating here in just a moment. Any other shout-outs, things you want to talk about before we let you get back to celebrating your victory?
Absolutely. I want to thank the team, SOG, first of all, for their great community and all the great help that I get from the guys. Also want to thank my parents and my girlfriend for supporting me in this hobby and appreciating me for taking it more seriously and actually starting to accomplish things. I'm really grateful to have that around, and awesome to participate in an awesome league like this is the next level. Thank you guys as well.
Absolutely, more than happy to. Hopefully everything goes smoothly with Michael as well as the rest of the team there, and we'll let you back to celebrating. So congrats on your win, and we hope to see you back here when we go racing in about a month's time at Phillip Island.
Absolutely, I'll be there. Thank you.
Alrighty, of course, thank you. So that was Joshua DeLange, who in GT3 AM as well as overall. Not seeing anybody else in our waiting room for just a second, so I'm gonna toss this to you, Cade, real quick as I ask a quick question in the driver's lounge.
Spot. Oh no.
Well, if you're in the seat of a driver who has won racing here, and you're about to plan for Phillip Island, you're planning, what to do next. What is the next goal that you think would be worthwhile to kind of achieve in your consistent, in building to as a skill for the next race in a championship like this?
I think momentum becomes incredibly important because you go out, you run really well, you have such a great day, and then you think, okay, now I know what I can do, right? That sort of becomes your baseline. If you go out and win or finish top 3, that's possible. And so that becomes the bar. That becomes what you're shooting for. And so you can build that momentum by consistently raising your standard, raising what you're expecting of yourself. To go along with that, you got to put in more work, right? You got to go practice. You got to make sure you have the right strategy. You got to make sure all of your teammates are on the same page. You start hitting all the little things, right? Hey, let's brake a little bit later getting into pit road. Hey, let's fuel save a little bit more. Hey, let's, try to push the boundary on this exact corner or this exact corner exit. And you can start to do those little things because you've gone out, you've won, you've had your good race, and you can continue to carry that forward. And in the back of your mind, if you believe that you are competitive and deserve to be in the top 5, it becomes easier to race there. It feels like you belong, and it feels like you can go out and go there again. And so I think we're going to see a lot of the same names at the front for Phillip Island. They've established that confidence. They've established the expectation that they're going to go out and run well. They're going to go out and deliver at Phillip Island. Everybody else, they know that they've got work to do. They're going to go start covering their bases. And I think, even though we're only on race 2 of the season, they are going to be just a little bit behind the 8 ball. So big advantage for the 4 different teams that were able to win their classes for today. I think, in my opinion, those 4 are going to enter as the favorites, at least for the next race here on the FTR Events Series, Season 8.
Should be super interesting to see. We'll be back here in just about a month's time with Phillip Island. I'm really looking forward to this one. It's one I don't think we see enough of on iRacing in general, as well as here on Green Flag TV. But if you are interested, sorry, let me back this up. I'm jumping ahead of myself. That is going to be it for the show today. We've had 4 hours of Mugello. My brain might be a little fried as well. So actually, we'll have one more quick conversation with the winners of GT4 AM, who has hopped in. Cade, I'm going to throw this one to you. You're standing alongside him.
Welcome to the booth. Ron Wolf, you got us?
I do. How you guys doing?
We're doing all right up here. Just finished up this race. You were able to cross the line in first for that GT4 AM category. Talk to me about the difficulties of having to get out of the way. Through no fault of your own, there were just a lot of faster cars out there, those GT3s. How difficult was it to get out of their way, and how did you use that to your advantage to make the pace to go up there and win your class?
I mean, there were parts of the track that were tougher than others. There were definitely I'm not going to call anybody out, but there were definitely cars that were way better, especially toward the end of the race, at like being patient or just timing up optimal places to get by as far as GT3s go. And the tricky, like at the my first stint, I think I did a pretty good job at trying to time things up where I wasn't getting too disadvantaged and managed to keep the GT4s ahead of me, still within range as they got past. So I don't know. It's kind of a give and take. You just gotta kind of hope that everything lines up.
Well, it seemed to line up pretty well there at the end. Congratulations on the win. We're looking forward to seeing how you're going to do at Phillip Island. I've pegged you guys as the favorites to win the GT4 AM category again, so no pressure there, but I believe you guys are going to do great. So if there's anything else you want to mention, go ahead and let us know. Otherwise, if you want to shout some people out for the great run today, give them some kudos.
Yeah, I'll shout out Brooks, my teammate. He had to run, but he ran a pretty good middle stint, and I mean, we lost one position from the start of the race, so it's hard to be mad about that, especially when we're racing a ton of GT4 Pro guys. Really wish we would have gotten rain, though.
Certainly would have been a lot of fun to see a rainy Mugello circuit, but nonetheless, put on a pretty good show. Thanks for coming up and joining us. Go celebrate the win.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
And that was Ron Wolf, who comes home P1 alongside his teammates. Brooks Clayton for the Thonk Motorsports, Sim Sports, Esports. I got that backwards this time. Powered by beer in the GT4 AM category. And now we're going to wrap up the show. Thank you all very much for watching. We have been here for 4 hours at Mugello. We'll be out next month with the likes of Phillip Island Circuit for the next place we're going to. If you want to be a part of the action or check us out anywhere online, greenflagtv.tv is a place to go if you need anything also broadcast. That was the worst way to do that, but that's what I'm going with. So thank you very much for watching. I've been Fennicini alongside Cade Corbin with Dustin Allis in the booth, making us at least look pretty good. I don't think he can save the way I sound at this point, but I've been here for 4 hours. So we're going to let you all get back to your weekend. Check us out on greenflag.tv.